they did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
Hey, Ripon, big news. Tyson's Home Farm Auto is opening this fall. We're proud to be joining your community and bringing nearly 100 years of Midwest know-how with us. We're bringing you trusted brands, friendly service, and everything you need for farm, home, outdoor, and family life, all under one roof. Check us out at Tysons.com. That's THEISENS.com.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
Goodyear, Dunlop, Kelly, Continental, General, you name it, we got it.
Plus, free flat tire repair, free tire rotations, and more.
So when you're due for tire service, schedule it at richlawns.com.
That's Rich Lawns with 2 N's.
Rich Lawns.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Six o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Thursday, July 3rd. Our top story. Breaking news, a police officer shot in Shorewood.
I'm Mike Spaulding in for Eric Bilstand, putting pen to paper in Madison.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Everything's looking really good so far this morning. No major delays around the area, and we are pretty much at full freeway speeds. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today includes a few pop-up storms. A high of 83 lakeside, 88 inland under otherwise partly cloudy skies. Isolated shower storm is possible tonight. Partly cloudy, low 68. Right now it's 70 in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center this morning, following breaking news out of Shorewood, northern Milwaukee suburb. Suspect right now still on the loose. Police officers searching for that person who shot up a police squad overnight.
Turning onto Wood. I was turning onto the 1700 block of Wood. I got hit by about 3 rounds from my squad. One hit me in the shoulder.
Scene very active still near Bartlett and Olive. It's just about a block west of Oakland Avenue. And TMJ4's Andrea Albers is there.
There's a Bearcat vehicle just down the block here. They're using some sort of a loudspeaker or megaphone to communicate with someone who we believe is in a home in this area. Sounds like they're speaking to someone named Michael, asking him to call a phone number that they are reading to him and saying, we can try to work on this.
Actually, I've heard from a few people in that area as residents have been alerted on their phones to remain inside their homes as that scene remains active. We're continuing to gather information on this breaking news story here at WTMJ.
Also breaking overnight in Madison.
Take this over to the Secretary of State. Good.
State lawmakers and Governor Tony Evers in speed read and speed pass mode. They signed into law a new state budget in less than 24 hours. The governor signing the $111 billion biannual spending plan into law just after 1:30 this morning. It came less than an hour after the state assembly sent the Democratic governor that final budget bill. State leaders had raced to pass the budget and lock in more funding for hospitals. This before President Trump signs into law a plan that would prevent such increases in the future.
President of the Milwaukee Metropolitan Association of Commerce, Dale Koyenga, on WTMJ's Wisconsin's Afternoon News, saying the budget pushes programs forward that will help Wisconsin.
If you look at all these items, all these categories, Wisconsin is once again going to move forward in all these different categories. I don't think anybody can walk away from this budget and say we're moving backwards. And if you look at the budgets for the last, let's say, 15 years, every budget is continuously going down the right road for Wisconsin businesses and education and going the right direction.
Koyenga saying he's happy to see an increase in funding for K-12 education as well as special education programs across the state.
The House of Representatives early this morning beginning yet another debate on President Trump's signature bill. This after the House earlier narrowly passed a procedural hurdle and moved that legislation forward. Democratic Minority Leader in New York, Representative Hakeem Jeffries.
This one big, ugly bill, this reckless Republican budget, this disgusting abomination, is not about improving the quality of life of the American people. It will hurt everyday Americans.
It does contain more money for military and border control, and it awards large tax breaks for the wealthy. Also aims to cut education funding, health and food assistance programs by hundreds of billions of dollars.
Funeral arrangements now set for a fallen Milwaukee police officer.
Public visitation for Officer Kendall Corder will take place on Friday, July 11th at Elmbrook Church on Barker Road in Brookfield from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. The funeral service will take place at 2:30 p.m. and the interment for Officer Corder will take place at Wisconsin Memorial Park in Brookfield following the funeral service. Sean Brenda, WTMJ News.
18 people, meanwhile, shot, 4 dead in a mass shooting in Chicago at a restaurant shortly before midnight on Wednesday. ABC's Christian Picos.
A violence interrupter who was at the scene says the victims were shot as they left an event hosted by a local rapper. Now, investigators say a dark sedan pulled up when at least one person inside pulled out a gun and started shooting into a crowd of people outside the restaurant and lounge. That's when police say the suspects drove off. First responders rushed to the scene and took the victims to multiple hospitals. Investigators believe multiple shooters were involved.
The police say they are still searching for suspects.
Coming up, a new era of entertainment in Milwaukee County. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:05.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
What? The car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
An unsuspecting driver at a Milwaukee barbershop.
I got an apprentice here shadowing me. I'm gonna put this hot towel on, man. About a good 3 minutes, all right?
The apprentice is Donald Driver.
So when you come here, you drive?
Yes.
Your car got seatbelts?
Yeah.
You wear them?
No.
Okay, but why not?
I don't want to.
But do you know you can get a ticket for that? I'm gonna give you a ticket. Bet you wish you buckle up now.
Oh my God. Donald Driver can't always be there to remind you.
Take it, click it. There we go. Click it or ticket.
And let's reduce fatalities on Wisconsin roadways. Sponsored by Wisconsin DOT.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned, it's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
It's Gina Della. You've heard me define what makes Pella Windows and Doors different. Let me introduce you to the woman behind the billboards, commercials, and share my extraordinary journey of resilience, reinvention, and shattering glass ceilings every Saturday morning at 6:30 on 620 WTMJ and anywhere you stream podcasts for What's the Difference with Gina Della to discuss business coaching across all industries, featuring successful executives, entrepreneurs, and mentors along the way. This is a story you won't want to miss.
At Gruber's offices, our biggest priority is the care and service we provide to our clients. We know accidents can be overwhelming, and we're here to help every step of the way. Call now. One call, that's all.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:07.
The Miz rocked in NYC. Sports at 6:15.
If you're planning on heading out on a boat on Lake Michigan this 4th of July weekend, the U.S. Coast Guard says it expects you to be driving sober. Lieutenant Joseph Neff with the Coast Guard sector of Lake Michigan told WTMJ that there will be a heavier amount of law enforcement officers out on the water.
We want everybody, again, to enjoy the July 4th weekend. There's going to be a lot of fireworks around, but we're going to also have a huge increase in boats on the water. So if you're out there, you're boating under the influence, you're boating impaired, then there's a greater chance that an accident could happen.
Lieutenant Neff encouraging all boaters to wear a life preserver at all times to ensure safety while boating.
Drones will light up the sky on Milwaukee's lakefront tonight.
The 45-minute drone show at McKinley Beach will feature images of Milwaukee's iconic landmarks and other patriotic themes. But will fireworks ever make a return? County Parks Executive Director Guy Smith.
Our focus is to be environmentally sustainable as well as fiscally sustainable. And I believe that this event, this drone show, is going to replace the fireworks.
At McKinley Beach, Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Show starts tonight at 9:15.
It is one of the busiest weekends of the year for Milwaukee beaches. So that park not only brings revelers, but also some trash.
That's why Milwaukee County Parks is asking for volunteers to help clean up after Independence Day celebrations.
The morning after the July 3rd drone show and the morning after the fireworks show that happens throughout the county.
Milwaukee County Parks Engagement Manager Tony Guerin.
Despite our staff being under-resourced, they do an incredible job of maintaining our parks, but this is the one time of year where we ask for help from the public.
Volunteers can meet at McKinley Beach Friday morning and a dozen county parks Saturday morning. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
And visit WTMJ.com for more details and to sign up.
Coming up, we'll get you the details on the breaking news: a suburban community on lockdown as police search for a suspected gunman believed to have shot an officer in Shorewood. That story next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The historic Fox and Hound Supper Club is open tomorrow on the 4th of July. WTMJ's John Mercure here. Celebrate the 4th with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, one of the most beautiful and affordable summer dining destinations. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat, and it's one of the best. I love it. I also love the perch. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. Desserts, that great dessert tray when it comes around, yeah, buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, scallops, grilled salmon, mahi-mahi are all fantastic, and all entrees are buy one, get one free, including the steak and lobster. Relax with a cocktail on the gorgeous patio in the woods, then dinner in one of the 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of Holy Hill. The drive through the Kettle Moraine Forest is spectacular. Celebrate the 4th tomorrow with the all-you-can-eat fish fry. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. Serving lunch Saturday from 11 till 2 and open tonight and tomorrow, the 4th of July at 4 p.m. The Fox and Hounds.
Debbie Lazica is watching the cars on this July 3rd. What do you see, Deb?
Well, we're seeing actually a pretty good ride right now. It's pretty much smooth. I'm not seeing really any delays right now. We only have one broken down truck. Looks like it might be either a semi or a garbage truck. Hard to tell. It's on northbound 94 at Elm Road, just past the off-ramp there, off on the right shoulder. So just give them a little bit of a wide berth. The rest of the system looking good. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies and high temperatures. A little bit cooler by the lake for today in the lower 80s. Inland spots will still see the upper 80s for highs. There will be the chance for a couple of those isolated scattered pop-up showers and storms for this afternoon. Tonight, still the chance for an isolated shower or storm. Partly cloudy skies. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. The chance for a couple showers and thunderstorms Friday morning. Afternoon hours are looking mainly dry for the 4th. Hot and humid with a high temperature near 90. Saturday, high temperatures will stay in the lower 90s. Mostly sunny skies. We'll look for the chance for some storms Saturday night into Sunday, with high temperatures Sunday dropping into the lower 80s, and a nice day for Monday, mostly sunny skies with high temperatures in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
We're at 70 degrees in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Mike Spaulding.
Coming up on 12 minutes after 6, and staying on top of this breaking news in Shorewood. Officers fired upon one police officer injured in that shooting.
Turning onto wood. I was turning onto the 1700 block of wood. I got hit by about 3 rounds to my squad. One hit me in the shoulder.
So the good news is we believe that is the officer who was shot, and you hear him speaking, alert, communicating with dispatch this morning. No word on the extent of that officer's injuries. This is playing out about a block west of Oakland in Shorewood. Some landmarks would be the big metro market there on Oakland, Benji's Deli, if you know that spot, and we're a little bit west of there in a neighborhood. A number of people forwarding the messages, the emergency alerts that they have received on their phones. Emergency alert, ongoing tactical situation, gives the address and residents to shelter in place. That appears, Mike, right now to still be ongoing.
Yeah, the search is still on, asking people to stay in their homes. A quick update, Vince, on the status of the officer. We are getting word that he is in stable condition right now, is protected by that bulletproof vest. So just a little bit of an update on the status of the officer.
And then on top of that, reports that there is communication between police and perhaps the suspected shooter in this case, that there's some sort of negotiation that person may be holed up in a home in that area. And the good news is there appears to be contact between authorities and that suspect, so hopefully that comes to a peaceful resolution. But As it stands right now, folks, in that immediate area, so again, about a block west of Oakland Avenue in Shorewood this morning. You have an indication as to when this all unfolded? I mean, the news, TV news stations are all still on scene, very large police presence there, as you would expect.
Just before 3 o'clock this morning. And the other reports are also that 2 other individuals also injured in the shooting. Their conditions have not been released. Again, an ongoing investigation. But just about 3 o'clock this morning, those shots rang out.
We are getting that information from Shorewood police, who are able to communicate some of that out. You know, these situations, they're a little bit delicate because you want police to be able to do the work of keeping people safe this morning and handle their investigation at the same time. Folks are turning to us for information on what's going on in my neighborhood, what is happening. So police are giving us right now the information that they have at their fingertips that they can tell us about. But, you know, we want to remain in contact with them, but also be respectful of the investigation and the work that they are still doing this morning.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, Vince, what you were saying about officers appear to be communicating with somebody that we believe it could be the suspect in this shooting inside of a home. So, yes, while they are not in police custody as of 6:15 a.m., it does not appear that they are like on the loose running from backyard to backyard.
Questions outstanding, obviously, is what precipitated this. Like, what was the call? Why were police there? And then what happened before the shots were fired? All that we expect to come out later. Right now, again, the good news that Mike reiterated is the officer appears to be in stable condition, and you heard from that officer in that Broadcastify audio. Broadcastify is this company that we use. They monitor police radio transmissions. So that's the good news about that particular injured officer. The other injuries do not appear to be life-threatening. This all, of course, happening at a time where we are under heightened awareness, having just lost a Milwaukee police officer, Kendall Corder, and that's top of mind for law enforcement and all of us in the community right now. 6:15, we're on top of that breaking news, bring you updates as we get them. Sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
At Wisconsin's own Accunet Mortgage, our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the banks or the mortgage guys with the Rocket for exactly the same rate. Find out how much you can save at accunet.com.
Hey, Vince Vitrano here for Inspired Closets Milwaukee, or how you like this? How about Don for Inspired Closets? Listen to this review from one of my fellow customers. I would highly recommend Inspired Closets Milwaukee. I saw a photo that I liked online, and Molly made it happen. So that's who Don worked with over there. And it can be just that easy. See something that inspires you. You work with the team over there. Now, I've told you how our front hall closet worked out after our project. You can text closet to the WTMJ Talking text line, 855-616-1620, if you want to see it for yourself. If you want to see how your project will look, that's probably more important to you. Visit Inspired Closets Milwaukee. You can use their new augmented reality tool. It's called Envision. So you bring a photo like Don did, maybe even of your house, and then they'll take you inside your newly designed garage or pantry or bedroom or closet. Stop in. Tell them Vinny sent you to give it a try. Check out the video on the website as well. Inspired Days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Death, taxes, and your young phenom pitcher getting lit up.
Some days, it's just not your day. And Jacob Mizorowski had his first clunker as a big leaguer. The Miz worked 3 2/3, allowed 2 home runs, including a grand slam. Manager Pat Murphy.
He'd have it for one pitch and didn't, and then you could just see the ball wasn't coming out of his fingers the same. But when you're off a little bit, it can be the difference. The Miz just wasn't in sync.
It doesn't get any easier for the Miz. Currently, he projects to make his next start against the Los Angeles Dodgers. For WTMJ, I'm Dominic Cotroneo.
And that lost the first for Mizorowski this season. The Brewers did fall to the Mets 7-3 in the second game of that doubleheader. Game 1, though, was quite a different story.
3-1. And a fly ball down the left field line. Back at the track. It is gone. Joey Ortiz. Big fly for a grand slam in New York.
That put the Brewers up 6-2. Ultimately, they beat the Mets 7-2. The two teams wrapping things up from Queens tonight. Coverage on WTMJ gets underway at 5:35. More good news for the Brew crew. Brandon Woodruff is expected to return to the big leagues this coming weekend. He's expected to start for the Brewers on Sunday in Miami. If the start takes place as expected, it'll be his first big league appearance in nearly 2 seasons. The last time the Brewers fan saw Woody on the mound was September 23rd, 2023. And out in Los Angeles, history was made. Pitcher Clayton Kershaw becomes the 20th pitcher in Major League history to record 3,000 strikeouts. He fanned former Brewer, current White Sox Vinny Capra in the 6th. The Dodgers, for what it's worth, went on to walk off the White Sox 5-4.
Yeah, you want to get a win that night, too. Right, you don't want to have your side party, but
well, especially losing to the White Sox, like that would be like just like a pockmark on the season. So yeah, they got walked off. Freddie Freeman there at the bottom of the 9th.
Early morning bill signing by Governor Tony Evers, and they're still at it in Washington. Those stories next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Here's to time out on the water in Wisconsin, to living your best life while enjoying the lake life.
Ready?
And getting up on a wakeboard the very first try. Or not. Here's to wearing only swimsuits and wishing this perfect day would never end. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Start your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Vince Vitrano here, and if you're trying to make sense of this economy, where we're headed, there is still time this morning to check out a webinar John Mercure is co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's Brian Jacobson. Now, Brian's the chief economist over there for Annex, super sharp guy. Today, July 3rd, 9 a.m., you get instant insight. We are expecting the jobs report to be released, and then Brian and John are going to provide that instant analysis on the employment picture. Answer your questions. Explain what it all means to you and your money. Here's how you sign up. WTMJ.com, you click on the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out the events page at annexwealth.com. Today, July 3rd, 9 a.m., John Mercure and Brian Jacobson for instant analysis on the employment picture. This is super important. They will take your questions live, explain what all this means for your money and investments. Visit WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out the events page at annexwealth.com. 9 a.m., John Mercure and Brian Jacobson from Annex Wealth Management.
Hey, WTMJ's Eric Vilstead here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You are the cream to fill my cream bar.
I hope they like each other.
Boat race.
The sun and the moon and the earth have become one, and so have we.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
Checking in on the morning drive here at 621. Debbie.
All right, things are starting to kick in a little bit as far as disabled vehicles are concerned. We still have that one on 94 northbound at Elm Road off on the right shoulder. Another one at the end of the airport spur, pretty much at where the airport spur lets off onto Air Cargo Way, right by the airport. We've also got another broken down vehicle northbound 43 on the Rock Freeway, just about at Highway 100. This is a semi. It's in the gore right there at that interchange. Call it. That is not necessarily in traffic. However, since it is a semi, it could possibly start to get a little bit tight through that area. Otherwise, as far as delays are concerned, you're golden. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. For today, high of 88 degrees, about 5 degrees cooler if you're lakeside. Few pop-up showers or storms are possible this afternoon, and an isolated shower or storm still possible tonight with a low down to 68. For Independence Day, hot and humid. Chance in the morning of a shower or storm. Afternoon looking mainly dry with a high of 90. Saturday, mostly sunny, hot and humid. Chance of storms at night, high 93. Sunday, chance of showers and storms, high 83 as we cool off a bit. Right now it's 70. At 6:22 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We are still monitoring breaking news out of Shorewood this morning as police are still looking to bring a suspected shooter into custody this morning. Somebody shot up a police squad overnight. One officer injured in stable condition this morning. A couple of other injuries have been reported, and we're on top of all of that. And nothing new to share from the top of the hour as police are still trying to bring that suspected shooter into custody. On the eve of celebrating the birth of our nation, the government, our forefathers foresaw, maybe not exactly in the form of function of these modern times, but a Democratic republic at work. Two examples playing out this morning.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
We have a state budget passed by the Republican-led legislature, signed by the Democratic governor in Wisconsin, just days past the June 30th deadline. More on that in a moment. Meanwhile, in Washington.
Here in the United States Congress, not undermined. President Franklin D. Roosevelt went on to say, what we are doing is good.
This is live. C-SPAN providing coverage from inside the United States House of Representatives that pulled another all-nighter on Capitol Hill. The minority leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, is speaking now on the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. They hope to vote on that measure, passed in the Senate earlier this week, and deliver the tax cuts and spending legislation that contains much of the Trump agenda to the president by his imposed deadline of Independence Day. Now, here's the trick. They can't really change it if they want to meet that deadline. Every Democrat is going to vote against it. You know that. So how do you convince Republican holdouts to go along with it if you can't promise to add a whole bunch of pork? You know, build a bridge in some Congress member's district or what have you, because then you don't have identical versions of the bill passed. President Trump Wednesday took to personally pressuring some of those holdouts. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
As part of an effort to keep GOP holdouts in line behind the bill, President Trump called them into the White House. Tennessee Republican Tim Burchett posted a video of himself leaving the meeting.
Hopefully we get this thing worked out. The president answered all our questions, was very informative. J.D. Vance was there. It was just a very good day.
The conservative House Freedom Caucus has put out a 3-page document itemizing what the group sees as failures in the Senate's version of the bill. But any changes the House might make now would have to go back to the Senate, where the measure barely passed. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
So debate continues as we speak in Washington this morning. We'll keep watch on those proceedings in the House. Meanwhile, back here at home.
Oh, my God.
Wisconsin does indeed have a state budget.
Whoa! That didn't take long at all!
Well, it did, and then it didn't. You had months of hearings, you had discussion, you had negotiation. There was blowing past the deadline, and then the bill just breezed through the Assembly and the Senate Wednesday. And at 1:32 this morning at the Wisconsin State Capitol.
Act 15, forward to the Secretary of State. Here we go. Thanks, everybody.
It's a video posted by Governor Tony Evers as he signed the biennial state budget. The governor's office issuing this statement. Governor Evers enacts budget to do what's best for kids and working families by lowering out-of-pocket costs for child care and energy bills, cutting taxes for retirees and middle-class families, making historic investments in the UW system, increasing spendable revenue for schools and special education reimbursement rates, investing in health care, local communities, and infrastructure, and supporting Wisconsin's farmers and veterans. Now, fully demonstrating that this is a compromise budget. The governor called it bipartisan, and members of his own party don't like it. Early this morning, a statement from Representative Robin Vining, Democrat Wauwatosa. A budget is a moral document. It reflects our values. And this budget, from my perspective, is a broken promise to Wisconsin families, an insult to educators, and an attack on public education, and she's a Democrat. The governor did use his line item veto pen on a number of provisions, which we are still poring over and looking at. Unclear whether the legislature would attempt to override any of them, though unlikely given they do not have veto-proof majorities in either chamber. So it is most likely this is the budget we get when you have divided government. For those particularly partisan among us, right or left, everybody's for compromise until it touches something we like, right? Something important to us. It seems the leadership on both sides of the aisle at least is saying we got some, we gave some, and this is the budget we have for the next 2 years in Wisconsin. News about your money this morning, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average on Wednesday was down about 11 points to 44,484. The NASDAQ up nearly 1% to 20,393, and the S&P 500 at 6227. That was up nearly 30 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. My wife recently had a major accident that involved her back. I felt blessed and lucky because Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin is on our side. She's on the way to healing. They've got the best imaging and best doctors, the best systems, and the best way of taking care of you. They've got experts when it comes to things like shoulders, knees, and hips. And it's not always surgery. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin will take care of you from beginning to end. Go to their website, ohow.com, ohow.com. Request an appointment. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. Wisconsin.
Julie Granger is the president of Junior Achievement of Wisconsin. Julie, your organization has business technology from James Imaging Systems. Yet today, please tell us about Junior Achievement's unique mission.
Junior Achievement of Wisconsin has a mission of inspiring and preparing young people for success in a global economy. We serve students anywhere from kindergarten through 12th grade, and we just started serving young adults 18 to 25.
I understand financial literacy is also an important part of your mission.
Financial literacy is critical to the long-term success of every individual so that they can plan their futures and they can live their dreams.
To help turn those dreams into reality, how can everyone get involved?
We are looking for people who are willing to donate their time, treasure, and talent to the organization.
What's the first step?
The best way to reach us is through our website, wisconsin.ja.org.
James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Looking for a totally rad flavor adventure, brochachos? Look no further than Surfer Boy Pizza as seen in Stranger Things. Each mouth-watering variety contains rich tomato sauce, delicious mozzarella cheese, and a gnarly range of toppings. The crust is crispy on the outside and airy on the inside. You'll think it was hand-tossed by the Surfer Boy Pizza dudes themselves. Look for it in the freezer aisle at your local store and buckle up your taste buds with Surfer Boy Pizza.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
6:30, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News, Thursday, July 3rd. Our top story, an officer shot in Shorewood.
I'm Mike Spaulding in for Eric Bilstad, a high-profile sentencing in Kenosha.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Everything's rolling along fine out on the roads. We're not seeing any major incidents to slow you down, and the volume is super light. I have a feeling it's going to be very smooth today. I'm Debbie Lazaga.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. House Speaker Hakeem Jeffries has been talking for hours against the budget bill President Trump has said he wants passed by the 4th of July.
This one big, ugly bill will hurt the quality of life of hardworking American taxpayers, and it's all designed to put a happy smile on the face of billionaires. That is inconsistent with the Declaration of Independence and what we should be celebrating on July 4th.
Republicans say the bill will return economic prosperity to America and cut waste and fraud. A vote is expected this morning. 18 people shot, 4 killed in a drive-by shooting in Chicago. It happened outside a nightclub. Police say a car pulled up. Those inside opened fire. Then the car sped away. The government releases new jobs numbers today. Hiring expected to have slowed last month. Unemployment expected to have risen to about 4.3%, according to most economists. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, breaking news this morning in Shorewood. Right now, police still searching for a suspected shooter. Police officer was injured overnight in that shooting.
Turning onto Wood. I was turning onto the 1700 block of Wood. I got hit by about 3 rounds from my squad. One hit me in the shoulder.
Scene remains very active near Bartlett and Olive in Shorewood. It's about a block or so west of Oakland, as folks in that neighborhood are being told to remain in their homes while the investigation and search for that suspect, attempt to bring that person into custody, continues at this hour.
In a move unheard of in Wisconsin, state lawmakers and Governor Tony Evers have passed and signed into law a new state budget in less than 24 hours. The governor putting pen to paper on that $111 billion 2-year spending plan just after 1:30 this morning. It came less than an hour after the state assembly sent Evers the final budget bill. State leaders, why were they in a rush? Well, they wanted to get it all done before President Donald Trump's able to sign into law his spending plan that would prevent increases to hospitals and things of that nature in the future.
Busy Wednesday for the governor. He also included the signing of 2 bipartisan bills to boost nuclear power in Wisconsin with new technology. Now, one bill allocates some $2 million for a study to identify best sites for a nuclear fusion power plant. The other establishes a board to advance nuclear and fusion technology and plans for a summit in Wisconsin in 2028. The governor says nuclear power could help combat climate change and reduce carbon emissions.
Funeral arrangements have been made for a fallen Milwaukee police officer. Public visitation for Officer Kendall Corder set to take place on Friday, July 11th at Elmbrook Church on Barker Road in Brookfield. That'll be held from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. A private funeral service will then take place at 2:30. The interment for Officer Corder will take place at Wisconsin Memorial Park in Brookfield following that funeral service.
A former Kenosha teacher found guilty of grooming students will spend more than a year behind bars. Christian Enright charged with more than 22 accusations of disorderly conduct for having an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old student at Kenosha School of Technology and Enhanced Curriculum West Campus last year. Enright has sent hundreds of Snapchat messages to the student during the course of his employment before he was fired by the district.
There won't be fireworks, but the sky above Milwaukee will still be lit up this coming 4th of July.
County Executive David Crowley explained why drones are a better option over fireworks.
This drone show costs $200,000 less than a traditional fireworks show. Drones are cleaner, they're greener, they're safer, and they don't produce smoke, particles, and debris like fireworks do when we've had them in the past.
The show starts tonight around 9:15. At McKinley Beach, Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Some is better than none.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:34.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
From the biggest stars to the greatest moments, Behind the Bucks is Bucks history like you've never heard it before. Go behind the scenes of the Emmy-nominated Giannis documentary. Get the real story of the blockbuster trade for Damian Lillard. Hear the origin of Bucks in 6. It's all on Behind the Bucks on the Bucks Plus audio network, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and wherever you get podcasts.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
It's time to find great summer values at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. We have everything you need to get out and celebrate the season at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like men's work and sport pocket tees, $10.99 each. Assorted Rust-Oleum 2X spray paint is on sale, $4.99. Plus, now through Sunday, we're thanking all first responders and healthcare workers with an extra 10% off their entire purchase. Blaine's Farm and Fleet, being original. In honor of Independence Day, our stores will be closed on Friday, July 4th.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
Threw hard, got hit hard. We got an update on the Miz in New York. Coming up in sports at 6:45.
A roller coaster ending to the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Hours after he was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution and acquitted of the most serious charges against him, which were racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, Combs was told he'd be waiting for his sentencing in jail. The lesser charges do carry a maximum of 10 years in prison each. ABC's Andrew Dimbert has a bit more.
Prosecutors acknowledge guidelines in this case will likely mean Combs faces a maximum of 5 years total. The defense is requesting only a 2-year sentence, given that he has no prior criminal record. Combs was emotional after the verdicts were read, falling to his knees and mouthing "thank you" to the jury. His family celebrating on the street. But Combs not going home just yet, the judge refusing to release him on bail, citing hotel surveillance video from 2016 showing Combs assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, the judge saying it shows Combs' propensity for violence.
That split decision may have not been what prosecutors were hoping for entirely. However, those who Diddy's accused of abusing, a conviction on some of those charges does mean some justice. Douglas Digders, the attorney for Diddy's ex-girlfriend and star witness in the trial, Cassie Ventura.
Obviously, she would be a lot happier if the jury had convicted on that. but she's at peace with the verdict.
And also in a rare moment, Diddy's defense attorney, Mark Anglifilo, agreeing with the verdict.
They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that.
Combs is set to be sentenced on October 3rd.
6:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Coming up, going to see your mom at Summerfest today. Now, that's a true statement for a lot of people. Why that is, next.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
What? The car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
Vince Vitrano here for Shopko Optical. You want to make sure they're right, and Shopko will make it right. Shopko offers 30-day satisfaction guarantees. So if you are not completely satisfied with your new eyewear, Shopko offers this one-time exchange or a full refund within 30 days. So you know you will love your new glasses. And when you buy from Shopko Optical, you get free adjustments and even minor repairs for the lifetime of your eyewear, because it's a relationship with you at Shopko. Eye exams, lenses, frames and contacts all in one place. That relationship with you that'll have you looking great and seeing better into the future. Folks I know and trust for my glasses and my eye care. Call Shopko Optical or get started online at shopko.com to schedule that appointment.
Whether you're chasing early morning trout or trolling for walleye at dusk, Fleet Farm's got the fishing gear you need at the best prices guaranteed. Like Zebco's Roam Blue Spincast Reel, on sale for $29.99. The Okeechobee Fats Soft Side Gear Bag is now only $19.99. And Reef Runner's Flash Shad Lipless Crankbaits are just $2 for $17. Turn bites into bragging rights with the right gear from Fleet Farm. And check out all our weekly deals at fleetfarm.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top-notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
East Troy Lions Music Festival. 3 stages, 21 acts. This weekend, carnival rides, food, family, fun. Huge beer tent. Fireworks Saturday, parade Sunday. EastTroyLions.org.
Traffic is sponsored by East Troy Lions Music Festival on now. Live music, carnival rides, food, and fun. Debbie.
All right. We've got a little bit of a backup northbound on 41. Basically from Burleigh up towards Capitol, and that's it. I'm not seeing really any other delays. The only other issues that we've got on the roads are maybe some disabled vehicles, but they're all out of traffic, so really not affecting your ride. Looking good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies and high temperatures. A little bit cooler by the lake for today in the lower 80s. Inland spots will still see the upper 80s for highs. There will be the chance for a couple of those isolated scattered pop-up showers and storms for this afternoon. Tonight, still the chance for an isolated shower or storm. Partly cloudy skies. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. The chance for a couple showers and thunderstorms Friday morning. Afternoon hours are looking mainly dry for the 4th. Hot and humid with a high temperature near 90. Saturday, high temperatures will stay in the lower 90s. Mostly sunny skies. We'll look for the chance for some storms Saturday night into Sunday, with high temperatures Sunday dropping into the lower 80s, and a nice day for Monday, mostly sunny skies with high temperatures in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 70 degrees.
Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got.
Summerfest 2025 weekend 3, day 1. Who's playing? What's happening? How do I get in for free? Benson Boone, special guest Bishop Briggs and the Aces, your headliner on the American Family Insurance Amphitheater stage tonight. It must be cool band name day. I don't know the music of all these bands, but I do know the names are pretty catchy. Starting with Mike, you didn't know why I teased this story in the way that I did?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. Your Mom is playing this afternoon.
Oh. I didn't know she was that talented.
At 1 o'clock. Seriously, the band's name is Your Mom.
All right.
So probably worth seeing just for the joke. You can go to the show and say, saw your mom at Summerfest today. It was hot. Okay, fine. Other creative band names on the docket today. Greg Pancake Hill produces the program. He's deeply offended. It's okay, Greg. We're going to see your mom.
I will sabotage this entire show.
It's worth it. Right?
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, 1 o'clock on the Miller Lite stage. Chapped Lips is the 5:30 show at the BMO Pavilion. Don't know if they're any good. Just thought that was funny. And in addition to Chapped Lips and Your Mom also playing today.
Oh, my God. They found me. I don't know how, but they found me.
That's the name of the band. I don't know how, but they found me. Clearly a nod to Back to the Future. And actually, I did listen to some of their music. Kind of like a cool modernized 80s sound to them.
Yeah, it's cool. It's good.
You know them?
They're good. Yeah, I'm familiar. I've dabbled.
Okay. They're the 8:30 show tonight on the Miller Lite Oasis stage. What else is happening? Got to get my way over to this. It looks like the creature in Stranger Things. The Astral Relics of the Great North Woods display. This is near the North Gate, and part of it is this like giant inflatable thing that looks kind of creepy cool. Described as an interactive art installation experience, a mythical Northwoods dreamscape where ancient forest spirits harness the magic of the Aurora Borealis in a cosmic chorus of light and song.
Yeah, it plays music. You got to get there at night though.
Okay.
Because it lights up. It's like an amorphous blob kind of a thing. You walk through it a little bit. A couple of beverages in. It's dark outside. Some lights going. It's pretty cool actually.
You say the word free and people go crazy.
If you paid full price to get into Summerfest, you just didn't try very hard.
You know what people love? People love free stuff.
Nothing to bring, nothing to wear. Everybody noon to 3 walks in free today. Free on July 3rd with Walmart Plus Day. So no hoops to jump through whatsoever. The gates are just wide open for $0 until 3 o'clock. And once again, your headliner tonight, Benson Boone on the American Family Insurance Amphitheater stage, Weekend 3, Day 1, Summerfest 2025. It all comes to a close on Saturday.
Is it really the city that never sleeps?
New York, New York.
Or is it the city that never swings?
3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with a slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game.
The Brewers head to the Big Apple to take on the Mets.
And about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 5:35. We are the home of the Brewers. WTMJ.
Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. You want windows with the strongest resilience, and you get the Pella Experience. What's that about? The Pella Experience Center in Brookfield. If you go into the showroom there, you see, feel, open, close, compare dozens of windows and door options from 7 different Pella lines side by side. Now, why do they have 7 different lines? Well, a friendly expert can go over all of that, the endless possibilities, and, important for your budget, different price ranges. You get to choose from colors and hardware and custom designs. You're going to get the best possible look for your home. And Pella really believes that quality windows and doors don't have to be super expensive. So with a range of affordable options and products assembled right here in America, you get the look you want at a price you can afford. So you want to stop by soon, because if you order by the end of this month, you can get this deal, 0% interest on your financing for up to 5 years. Certain restrictions do apply. Visit the Pella Experience Center in Brookfield today, just off of Blue Mountain Road, or schedule your free in-home consultation at PellaWI.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers splitting a doubleheader Wednesday, getting a 7-2 win in game number 1, falling to the Mets 7-3 in game 2. Phenom pitcher Jacob Mizorowski looked human for the first time in his young big league career. The Miz allowing 5 runs on back-to-back batters, highlighted by a Brandon Nimmo grand slam. It did mark Miz's first loss of the season.
Some days, it's just not your day, and Jacob Mizorowski had his first clunker as a big leaguer. The Miz worked 3 2/3, allowed 2 home runs, including a grand slam. manager Pat Murphy.
He'd have it for one pitch and didn't, and then you could just see the ball wasn't coming out of his fingers the same. But when you're off a little bit, it can be the difference. Miz just wasn't in sync.
It doesn't get any easier for the Miz. Currently, he projects to make his next start against the Los Angeles Dodgers. For WTMJ, I'm Dominic Cotroneo.
The Brewers and Mets set to wrap up their series this evening. Coverage on WTMJ gets underway at 5:35. First pitch is at 6:10. The Brewers pitching staff could soon land yet another big arm, not through a trade or a free agent waiver wire pickup, but from a known commodity in Brandon Woodruff. Woodruff expected to start for the Brewers this coming Sunday in Miami. If that goes through, it'll be his first time on the mound in a big league game since September 23rd, 2023. In around Major League Baseball, Dodgers pitcher Clayton Kershaw making history. He became the 20th pitcher in big league history to record 3,000 strikeouts. He struck out Vinny Capra in the 6th. That name sounds a little familiar. Capra did spend a first chunk of this season in Milwaukee till he was designated for assignment on May 19th.
That's a lot of strikeouts.
A lot of strikeouts. And it was a tough go for Kershaw in the first half of that game. And the Dodgers, for what it's worth, because I know you really want to know, Vince, they did beat the White Sox in a walk-off. I think the score was 5-4.
Right. As I said earlier, you want to make sure you win that game while you're having your side party for your starting pitcher.
You know, it's like when the NBA teams get their rings and then they come out and fall flat in the first game of the season. Yeah, you want to get that W.
6:49, Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, John Mercure here. I am so done with those tangled holiday lights. That's why I'm super impressed with the permanent lighting solutions from Landworks Wisconsin. Their team installs a discreet professional system that can make your home shine for any holiday, game day, or season with the touch of a button. And their commitment to year-round beauty is what Landworks is all about. It's in their custom-designed patios, stunning garden renovations, and attention to detail. It's Landworks Wisconsin. They'll take care of you. They'll make you shine. Check it out at landworkswisconsin.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
10 minutes before 7 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News. Checking in with Debbie Lozica here on the Morning Drive.
All right, we're looking at a pretty good ride shaping up. Westbound 94 right about at 84th Street, off on the left shoulder. Looks like we've got a disabled vehicle there. And I'm mentioning it not because it's causing delays, but because it's kind of in a weird spot. It's a little bit of a distraction there. Other than that, we're looking really good. Maybe a quick tap of the brakes northbound on 41 from Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. Other than that, we're moving very smoothly. I'm Debbie Lozica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ 5-day forecast sponsored by Dave Dre Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Here's a look today. A few pop-up storms are possible with a high of 83 lakeside, 88 inland. An isolated shower or storm possible once again tonight. Partly cloudy, low down to 68. Hot and humid with chance of a shower or storm in the morning on Independence Day. Looks mainly dry for the bulk of the day, but watch for that stuff around parade time. High of 90 degrees. Saturday, mostly sunny, hot and humid. Chance of storms Saturday night, high 93. Sunday's high 83 with a chance of showers and storms. Monday, mostly sunny, high 78. Right now it's 70 in Milwaukee. Greg Pancake Hill, producer of the program, reports this is I Don't Know How, But They Found Me.
All right. Sound good.
So this is the name of the band. One of the bands playing today at Summerfest. Love that band name. Chapped Lips. Are you familiar with them at all?
I'm not.
Okay, they're also playing today.
Phone Boy. I saw Phone Boy playing also.
I think it's Creative Band Name Day at Summerfest. To bring it in, friend of the program from ESPN, Jen Latta this morning. Hey, Jen.
Good morning, guys.
What's your fourth look like? Do you have parade duty or anything like that?
No, we did a parade last week, so I think I'm good. I think I've reached my parade quota for the year, if I'm being honest. But we do have a party, so that'll be fun, a little pool party action. And at some point, maybe I'll try to, hunt down some fireworks in the area. Don't really want to make a huge production out of it, but, I like to see a few fireworks and then call it a day.
Now, what about your kids? They're of the age where they might march with the baseball team or whatever else they're involved in?
No. Thankfully, no. I like a parade, but again, I feel like when you've seen one, you've seen them all. So again, you're right. When your kids are walking in it or there's some obligation to go, it's a nice little change of scenery. But I'm not a big parade fan, if I'm being honest.
You know, Jen, I'm with you on that one. I'm a noted parade hater as well. Hey, when did it?
That's because you guys hate America. That's why. I don't know why. That's terrible.
That's an accusation thrown out right there. Hey, Jen, we've been talking a little bit this morning about Clayton Kershaw last night getting strikeout number 3,000. He's the 20th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to reach that mark. Vince mentioned your kids. Is that something that you get maybe not the family around for, but are you paying attention to stuff like that? I guess from a statistical standpoint, does it still hold up in the modern sports world in which we live in? Like back in the day, I feel like this would have been a top story on a national show. I don't know if that lives that way anymore. It was cool to see.
I didn't see it. What did it happen at 10:45 last night? Yeah, no, it's cool, and again, it speaks to his longevity and his ability to stay healthy in the league. But here's the one thing that I point at, guys. It looks like next week when the Dodgers are at AmFam Field, we're going to get the Miz, who admittedly had a tough night last night at Citi Field against the Mets. We're going to get the Miz versus Kershaw. Can you imagine if Kershaw was still chasing 3,000 career strikeouts next week at AmFam Field? I'm really glad that he hit the milestone in this start, not his next start, which would be just down the road from us here.
Yeah, and can you imagine had Miz been electric as we had hoped he would be last night in New York, and if he was still 4-0 going into that one? Either way, that's going to be an amazing day at American Family Field. Jen, thanks so much. I hate to cut it short here, but I want to come into breaking news. The police chief in Shorewood is now addressing the situation, as at last report they were still in a armed standoff with a suspected cop shooter. Let's listen in to the chief of police in Shorewood. This is Chief Heather Worth.
Inside that building, what happened inside there? Can you give us a picture?
The suspect is not in custody at this time.
Is there you guys issued a shelter in place for residents in this area throughout the morning? Is that still in effect? And what is your message to residents in this area who are seeing the scary scene play out?
Sure. The shelter in place should be lifted shortly. Like I said, this is an active and fluid investigation, so we still have some investigation to do and some searching to be conducted, so it should be lifted shortly. We're asking the community to just be supportive of this police department and all police departments, and we ask that you avoid this area while we continue our investigation.
So you said that the officers took gunfire while they were still in their squad's car?
That's correct.
Can you tell us anything about the relationship between the suspect and the two other shooting victims?
I'm not going to release that at this time.
Could you give us more information about the tactical situation that you guys were called to?
It was the call was a shooting. One victim reported that they were shot. As officers were responding, they located that victim and another victim. As I stated, I'm not going to release the conditions at this time, but as one of our officers was responding, they did take gunfire to their squad. So I have incredibly brave men and women doing this job, responding to dangerous situations like this, and my heart goes out to them, and I'm so incredibly grateful for the work that they do. My heart goes out to the victims of this shooting as well, and this senseless violence in our community and all communities across Milwaukee County.
Your note really praised the ballistic vest that the officer was wearing as preventing more serious injuries, and you can see the emotion in your face now. How are you processing that?
Well, I have a job to do, right? And I suspect that I'll process it a little bit later, but it's still emotional. Half an inch, and it could have been a completely different circumstance. So, but ultimately what it comes down to is we have a job to do, our officers have a job to do. I'm just so incredibly grateful that they were wearing their protective vest, and that officer has since been released from the hospital. He was sent there as a precautionary measure, but he's in good spirits.
Officers did not discharge.
That is the chief of police in Shorewood, Heather Worth, updating the situation. We did, as you heard Chief Worth indicate, have an officer shot, 2 other people shot by a suspected shooter. Well, obviously someone shot them. Apologize for that slip, but everything's sort of fluid at the moment. You also heard Chief Worth say at the front end of those comments that they expect the shelter-in-place order that went out in that Shorewood neighborhood to be lifted if it has not been already, which obviously suggests that they do have that suspected shooter in custody at this hour. We'll get you a quick break, and then top of the hour headlines next. Business headlines are up first. They're sponsored by Horicon Bank. Together doing good. HoriconBank.com, the natural choice.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Plans to convert the 100 East office tower into apartments is in line for $14.4 million in city incentives. Milwaukee announced Wednesday that with its support, 75 units will be set aside as workforce housing units, meant for households earning up to 100% of Milwaukee's area median income. A suburban Milwaukee footwear firm has upped its prices 10%, citing tariffs. The company, which manufactures 75% of its shoes in China, owns Florsheim, Stacy Adams, and Boggs shoe brands. Jeff Tyler has retired as area president of iHeartMedia's Milwaukee and Madison markets, ending his 47-year career. The radio executive is perhaps best known for helping lure broadcasts of Green Bay Packers games, from their decades-long flagship radio station to iHeartMedia's sports station 97.3, The Game. I'm Addison Lathers for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Doing banking differently since 1896. Greg Matzik here for Horicon Bank. Think about that for a second. Over 100 years of focus on the community and your business. At Horicon Bank, financing requests can be approved in days, not weeks, because your banker understands you and your business. And yes, Horicon Bank is expanding, but they've not lost that community-minded feel. I trust Horicon Bank. I've connected with Horicon Bank, and I invite you to do the same. It's Horicon Bank, truly the natural choice, member FDIC.
Hey, this is WTMJ's Steve Scavidi here to talk about my brand new show, WTMJ Outdoors, every Saturday afternoon, 2 to 3 on 620 WTMJ. We love the outdoors in the great state of Wisconsin and beyond. We're going to talk with outdoors experts, bicycling, resort owners, rock climbers, hunting and fishing, camping. I even talked to AV owners and operators, all things Wisconsin outdoors. Join us every Saturday, 2 to 3, right here on 620 WTMJ.
For their accounts payable workflow, Junior Achievement of Wisconsin implemented a document management and workflow automation solution from James Imaging Systems. Junior Achievement Vice President of Enterprise Services, Lori Salzman, highlights the positive impact.
That impact has made it much more streamlined for us to handle the entire process from receiving an invoice to having it paid.
How has streamlining your accounts payable workflow benefited Junior Achievement's mission?
It has allowed us to be more on mission and strategically reach out and expand our impact to be able to reach more students.
If others are looking for workflow automation solutions to better serve their clients or customers, what's your suggestion?
If anybody is looking for a good partner that is there to help find solutions, call James Imaging.
Content management and workflow automation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com. They call it the city that never sleeps. But the crew is coming to turn out the lights.
Durbin, a drive, left center, deep, see you later!
It's the Brewers and the Mets in New York City.
Turn out the lights!
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 5:35 on the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
Just after 7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, July 3rd, our top story following this active scene in Shorewood, a police officer shot.
I'm Mike Spaulding in for Eric Bilstad. An industrial explosion in Hartford.
I'm Debbie Lazago. We're looking actually at a pretty good ride out there right now. No major delays except for 41 northbound just before Mayfair Road all the way up to Burleigh. But otherwise, everything else is looking great. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today, 83 Lakeside, 88 degrees away from Lake Michigan, your high temperatures with a chance this afternoon of some pop-up storms. An isolated shower storm is possible tonight under partly cloudy skies and a low down to 68. Right now it's 70 in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, on top of a police shooting in Shorewood.
We have an officer shot.
Officer shot overnight. This is about a block or so west of Oakland Avenue.
Turning onto Wood. Turning onto the 1700 block of Wood.
I got hit by about 3 rounds to my squad. One hit me in the shoulder.
You are hearing the voice of that Shorewood police officer who was injured in that shooting. Just updated by the chief of police in Shorewood, Heather Worth, who wrapped up a news conference moments ago. Let me get you some of her comments this morning.
As our officers were responding to the scene, one of our squads took fire from an unknown assailant. At least 2 rounds struck the windshield, another round into the passenger side of the vehicle. Our officer took a round into the vest, and we were incredibly fortunate that the vest did its job. Protective measures that the officer was wearing saved him from serious injury. He was transported as a precautionary measure. There are 2 additional victims. I'm not releasing their conditions at this time because this is an active and fluid investigation. We are also still seeking a suspect whom we believe to be known, and more information will be shared as it becomes available.
The chief also is suggesting that the shelter-in-place order that went out to a lot of folks in the neighborhood may be lifted soon if it has not been already. So we're getting more information on this story through the morning here. We'll keep you updated on WTMJ.
We're also following a developing story out of Hartford this morning where an industrial fire has left several people burned after a reported explosion. WTMJ's Adam Roberts is live in the Breaking News Center.
That's right, Mike. Fire officials on the phone with me this morning say 3 people have been injured in that blaze. This is at Signacast on Innovation Way.
There is one with severe injury. It sounds like one of the mods blew up. There are others with minor injuries. No count at this time.
The fire chief tells me that fire now put out. It does not appear to involve hazardous materials. This is the second major incident in Hartford this week. Recall we had that 19-car train derailment on Monday.
Also breaking overnight in Madison.
Let's get this over to the Secretary of State. Good.
State lawmakers and Governor Tony Evers passing and the governor signing into law a new state budget in less than 24 hours, really, once things got rolling. The governor signed the $111 billion 2-year spending plan into law just after 1:30 this morning, less than an hour after the state assembly sent the Democratic governor that final budget bill. State leaders raced to pass the budget and lock in more funding for hospitals before President Trump perhaps signs into law a plan that would prevent such increases in the future.
So where is Congress at right now with that bill that is aimed to be signed by President Trump? Well, they're up and they voted again all night. Several Republican reps who initially voted no to push the measure past procedural hurdles have since changed their minds. ABC's Rachel Scott's following the developments.
The bill is the cornerstone of the president's domestic agenda and fulfills some campaign promises, like no taxes on tips and overtime. It includes roughly $4 trillion in tax cuts, mostly for the wealthiest Americans, and new spending on immigration enforcement. Hardline conservatives initially balked at the price tag. By one estimate, the bill could add $3.4 trillion to the debt over the next decade. It also slashes Medicaid. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office predicts some 11.8 million Americans could lose their health coverage over the next 10 years.
That bill also contains additional funding for the military and border control.
Coming up, new information on how folks can pay their respects to the fallen Milwaukee police officer. That story next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:06.
It's time to find great summer values at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. We have everything you need to get out and celebrate the season at unbeatable Farm and Fleet prices. Like 20-pound bags of Blaine's brand wild bird food. Rewards members get 2 for $12. Select Beyond Breeze high-velocity fans, $34.99. Plus, now through Sunday, we're thanking all first responders and healthcare workers with an extra 10% off their entire purchase. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original. In honor of Independence Day, our stores will be closed on Friday, July 4th.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Here's to experiencing it all this summer in Wisconsin. Every deliciously cheesy, rockin', magical, fireworks-filled, festival-loving moment. There's Cheese Curd Fest in Ellsworth, Strawberry Fest in Cedarburg, Festival of the Arts in Stevens Point, and the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Honor the Earth Powwow in Hayward, Mile of Music in Appleton, Venetian Fest, Bratfest, Summerfest. So many fests for your whole crew. Find them all at travelwisconsin.com. Sponsored by Travel Wisconsin.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
East Troy Lions Music Festival. 3 stages, 21 acts. This weekend, carnival rides, food, family, fun, huge beer tent, fireworks Saturday, parade Sunday. EastTroyLions.org.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:08.
The Miz rocked in NYC. Sports at 7:15.
Funeral arrangements have been made for a fallen Milwaukee police officer. Public visitation for Officer Kendall Corder will take place on Friday, July 11th at Elmbrook Church on Barker Road in Brookfield. That'll run from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. A funeral service will follow. The interment for Officer Corder will take place at Wisconsin Memorial Park in Brookfield following the funeral service.
Wildfire northwest of Los Angeles spreading quickly overnight.
The Madre Fire started in the Los Padres National Forest in San Luis Obispo County yesterday. It has scorched more than 35,000 acres, making it California's largest wildfire so far this year. About 200 people are under evacuation orders.
We cannot do it alone in isolation.
Just this week, Governor Gavin Newsom urged President Trump to recall the National Guard troops he sent to Los Angeles so they can help prevent wildfires.
Lives and property are on the line.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:09.
Make your next family trip one for the history books at Old World, Wisconsin. Set against the natural beauty of the Kettle Moraine State Forest, you'll enter a one-of-a-kind place where the modern world fades away. Explore authentically restored homes, farms, stores, and workshops representing more than a century of Wisconsin history. Meet heritage farm animals, visit a one-room schoolhouse, lend a hand in the blacksmith shop, ride a high-wheel bicycle, and so much more. Travel through time and the stories of America's heartland. Get your tickets at oldworldwisconsin.wisconsinhistory.org.
For over a century, local broadcasting has evolved with the needs of the community. We move past the stigmas of opinion journalism and bring the most relevant news online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
Bumblebee Blinds Milwaukee can refresh your home with high-quality blinds, professional guidance, and easy installation. Book a free consultation today. Bumblebee Blinds, window treatments to buzz about.
This traffic report brought to you by Bumblebee Blinds. Visit them at bumblebeeblinds.com. Said 3 times fast. Debbie.
That. Ha, got it. Anyway, northbound on 41, backing up from about Mayfair Road all the way up towards Burleigh. And that's pretty much it. Everything else is rolling along fine. We're not seeing really any other delays or incidents that are going to affect your ride at the moment. So, awesome. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies and high temperatures. A little bit cooler by the lake for today in the lower 80s. Inland spots will still see the upper 80s for highs. There will be the chance for a couple of those isolated scattered pop-up showers and storms for this afternoon. Tonight, still the chance for an isolated shower or storm. Partly cloudy skies. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. The chance for a couple showers and thunderstorms Friday morning. Afternoon hours are looking mainly dry for the 4th. Hot and humid with a high temperature near 90. Saturday, high temperatures will stay in the lower 90s. Mostly sunny skies. We'll look for the chance for some storms Saturday night into Sunday with high temperatures Sunday dropping into the lower 80s. And a nice day for Monday, mostly sunny skies with high temperatures in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 73.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Mike Spaulding.
July 3rd on the lakefront is back, though different than ever before.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Not fireworks, but the drone show tonight. 3 waves of drones, said to be about a 45-minute show planned with show center around McKinley Beach. Guy Smith, Executive Director of Milwaukee County Parks, is live with us this morning. Guy, I know you've been by the lakefront this morning. Typically on July 3rd morning, you'd have tents and folks who spent the night, maybe a couple of nights, getting their spots ready. What did you see this morning?
Well, actually, I was down there bright and early at 5:30, and our beach groomer was down on the beach getting everything looking beautiful. We've got our spots marked out for the vendors, and saw a little wildlife, too. Saw a couple turkeys hanging out in some of the viewing areas. So that was kind of fun. But I'm really excited about this event. I think it's great that we're going to have this drone show, and it's going to be 45 minutes, like you said. We're going to have 200 in the first wave, 200 drones in the second wave, and then the third, 500 drones. So we're really excited.
Talking with Guy Smith, Executive Director of Milwaukee County Parks. So, Guy, we didn't have fireworks last year, and I recall reporting that it was due at least in part to lack of sponsors. So you do have sponsors, once again, for this year's show. For that, we're grateful. My question is, though, is the drone show, less expensive? Could you have had fireworks if you wanted to, but you chose to do drones instead, or what was the process there?
So I'll explain. I'll walk through that. So first of all, fireworks are very expensive. So the fireworks alone 2 years ago was just for the fireworks, $350,000, and that didn't cover staff time. It didn't cover dumpsters, portalets, anything like that. But also there's the environmental sustainability. And so what we were able to do is we raised over $200,000 this year to be able to pay for everything, including the drone show, the sound system, the staff time, all the commodities and services. And what's really cool is that we had a bunch of sponsors step up, and some that have never supported us at Parks or the Foundation, and then some that have. And Mr. Michael Hupy is actually the presenting sponsor. But we wouldn't have been able to do this without the help of the Milwaukee Parks Foundation and County Executive Crawley. It was a team effort to be able to get all these great sponsors to make this event happen.
Yeah, Guy, have you gotten a preview of what the show is going to look like? Because one of the benefits of having a drone show compared to fireworks, I guess, would be some of these designs can be fairly intricate. Do you have any little bit of a preview for us, or are you saving that for the big show tonight?
Well, I'll give you a couple of hints. So I will answer your question. I absolutely got to preview it, and it's pretty fun. So you're definitely going to have some patriotic themes that are going to go through the show. Then there's some iconic Milwaukee and Wisconsin-specific things. And then just a couple little surprises here or there. And I also think the soundtrack's pretty cool. So if you're at the show center down at McKinley, we have professional sound system there, but there's also, if you're a little further away, you're able to download an app and listen to the choreographed music, and just go to countyparks.com to figure out how to download that app.
Guy Smith, Executive Director of Milwaukee County Parks. Thanks for the time this morning, Guy. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy July 3rd and 4th.
Indeed, 9:15 tonight. McKinley Beach, as you heard Guy say, is show center, 45-minute drone show. Parking around the lakefront will be limited but available, $20 a piece. Expected to go quickly. 7:16 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Unfortunately, violence is on the rise in Milwaukee, and this is a problem which impacts us all. But together we can make a difference. Please join me and the 620 WTMJ team on Saturday, July 12th from 9 a.m. to noon for our 3rd annual Walk Against Violence, supported by 1NKE. Now it's time to bring an end to the senseless violence in our community and to encourage a safer Milwaukee for us all. To join our Walk Against Violence on Saturday, July 12th, visit 1017thetruth.com.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Eric Brown, owner of Outdoor Living Unlimited.
Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech decking installer. We install anything decks and more. Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Death, taxes, and your young phenom pitcher eventually getting lit up.
Some days, it's just not your day, and Jacob Mizorowski had his first clunker as a big leaguer. The Miz worked 3 2/3, allowed 2 home runs, including a grand slam. Manager Pat Murphy.
He'd have it for one pitch and didn't, and then you could just see the ball wasn't coming out of his fingers the same. But when you're off a little bit, it can be the difference. The Miz just wasn't in sync.
It doesn't get any easier for the Miz. Currently, he projects to make his next start against the Los Angeles Dodgers. For WTMJ, I'm Dominic Cotroneo.
And Mark Mizorowski's first loss of his season yesterday. The Brewers did fall to the Mets 7-3 in the second game of that doubleheader. Game 1, though, different story.
3-1. And a fly ball down the left field line. Back at the track. It is gone. Joey Ortiz. Big fly for a grand slam in New York.
That grand slam put the Brewers up 6-2, eventually beat the Mets by a score of 7-2. The two teams wrap things up from Queens tonight. Coverage on WTMJ at 5:35. Brandon Woodruff, meanwhile, is expected to make his first start in a Brewers uniform in nearly 2 years. The Brewers say they expect Woody to be back on the mound Sunday in Miami. If that all goes through as planned, it'll mark his first start in the big league since September 23rd of 2023. And some history made in Los Angeles. Dodgers pitcher Clayton Kershaw becomes the 20th in Major League history to reach the 3,000 strikeout mark. He fanned former Brewer and now White Sox Vinny Capra in the 6th. The Brewers did eventually walk off the Sox by a score of 5-4.
No, Vinny, say it ain't so. Why'd you have to be the guy?
Took it looking, too.
A footnote in history, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Took it looking, did he?
Yeah, it's like a curveball is nasty, yeah.
He didn't want to go down that way. 7:19 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We have WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen joining us live next, the all-important forecast for Independence Day. We'll hear from Craig in a moment.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Vince Vitrano here. If you're trying to make sense of this economy, where we're headed, there is still time this morning to check out our webinar. John Mercure is co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's Brian Jacobson, chief economist at Annex. Today, July 3rd, 9 a.m. You get instant insight after the jobs report is released. That's due out later this morning. So Brian and John, they'll be providing instant analysis on the employment picture. They'll be taking questions and explain what it all means to you and your money. You visit WTMJ.com and click on the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at annexwealth.com. Today, July 3rd, 9 a.m., John Mercure and Brian Jacobson. Again, taking your questions and explaining what it means to you and your money. Instant analysis following the release of the jobs report. It is free to attend, but you do need to sign up. WTMJ.com, click on the Instant Insight Register Now button, or annexwealth.com. Check out the events page. Today, July 3rd, 9 a.m., John Mercure and Brian Jacobson.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. And member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
What? The car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Fellow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi, meet your favorite WTMJ hosts. It's WTMJ at Summerfest all fest long. We are Wisconsin's radio station, WTMJ.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Checking in with Debbie here at 722.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good right now. The only real area of any kind of delay that I'm seeing is going to be on northbound 41 between Mayfair Road and North Avenue. Just that little curve right there. Everything else is looking nice. We're at pretty much full freeway speeds and no major incidents affecting your ride. I'm Debbie Lozgo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Indeed, getting hot this weekend for the holiday. WTMJ forecast brought to you by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. On the eve of America's birthday, joined now by WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen. Will you be a popular and well-liked person through the holiday weekend, Craig?
Good morning, guys. It is going to be a little touch and go at times. I wish I could give you the all clear.
Yeah.
Can't quite do that.
So what are we looking at today? I'm just seeing like some of the more of these pop-up storms. I was under one of those in Shorewood yesterday, Craig. Yeah. It was the only place virtually in all this entire bottom half of the state where it was raining. It was a tiny little blip, but where it was coming down.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what we're going to likely have to contend with again this afternoon and this evening. Isolated, widely scattered showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon and evening. The overall threat, about 20%. So I have to explain to people, or I try to emphasize, if there's a 20% chance of thunderstorms, that means there's an 80% chance that you're not going to get a storm. That said, 20% chance is not 0% chance. So it is going to be a little touch and go in a few places late this afternoon and this evening. Once we get past this evening, though, the rest of tonight looks dry. That gets us into the 4th. And for the 4th tomorrow, the threat of storms, instead of being in the afternoon and evening, I think is just tomorrow morning. That's not great, of course, for folks who have parades and festivities early tomorrow morning, right? So go ahead, Vince.
Well, so I was going to say, if you don't get rain down, you're still going to feel wet because we've got the humidity and a high of 90 Friday. When do we really start to crank that up?
Yeah, that's about Friday and Saturday are going to be very similar with high temperatures in the low 90s. On Saturday might be a little warmer than Friday, a couple degrees warmer on Saturday, but the feels like temperature is probably going to be the same. The heat index is going to be in the mid 90s. So not low 100s heat indexes like we had a week or so ago, but mid 90s is right up there too. So yeah, you're going to feel wet both Friday and Saturday before that heat index gives way just a little bit on Sunday.
In terms of what you're looking at for the weekend, do you see also better chance of storms Saturday night? And then what does Sunday look like?
Yeah, both Saturday night and Sunday, the threat of storms is a little higher than I see it tonight and tomorrow morning. That said, I still wouldn't call it likely. I'd call the threat about 40%, maybe 50% chance of storms around or after 9 o'clock on Saturday night. And then that threat continues in that same 40% or so range through the day on Sunday.
WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen on with us this morning ahead of the Independence Day holiday. I know you're probably out of the business of being in parades as we once were. This was curious to me always, Craig. When I'd be in the parade, I would always hear about the weather. Thanks for the good weather, Vince. And
sure.
I chalked that up to either A, they thought I was Vince Candela.
I was. Right. That's what I usually thought.
Right.
Thinking about you. Yep.
They thought I was actually the meteorologist, or just I talk about the weather a lot, so I don't know. Talk to that guy about the weather.
Right.
I had nothing else to share other than that story.
No, that's a good story. I actually, speaking of people who being mistaken for, on Brewers television, there's a fellow that's been doing the pre and post game shows for a long time named Craig Kashan, right?
Yeah, that's you.
I've had more than a few people tell me they love my Brewers coverage.
Well, yeah, I think you'll take it.
I'm doing Brewers coverage in my house to my wife all the time. She thinks it's fantastic.
It is
very insightful.
Learned commentary. I'll take it anytime. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen live with us. Happy 4th to you, sir.
Same to you.
Coming up on 7:30 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Mike, update on the breaking news that we've been on top of here out of Shorewood.
Yes, in regards to this police officer involved shooting, 2 other people shot as well. There was that shelter-in-place order that was in place for the past couple of hours. Getting confirmation now, you maybe heard it on your phone if you're up in that area. That emergency event has ended. They say that it is now safe to return to normal activities. We will have plenty more coming up in the news on that developing story just after 7:30.
Yeah, that in the bottom of the hour update coming from ABC, as well as in Washington. The House is still at it after pulling an all-nighter. They're trying to pass the so-called Big Beautiful Bill still today and get that to President Trump. So we'll update all those stories on the other side. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average was down about 11 points to 44,484 in trading on Wednesday. The NASDAQ closed at 20,393. That was up nearly 1%, and the S&P 500 up as well, almost 0.5% to 6227. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Paying you to live more comfortably and save money. A deal you don't want to pass up. Vince Vitrano here for USA Insulation, and I'm joined now by the owner, Jeff Baer. Hi, Jeff. Good to see you.
Hi, Vince. How you doing today?
Great. So in a moment, I'm going to have you walk through how federal and local programs can cover half the cost, if not more, of your home insulation project. But first, Jeff, what kind of insulation projects do homeowners work with you at USA Insulation on?
We have a variety of programs, Vince. We insulate the walls from the exterior of the home so we don't have to upset the inside of your home. We also will blow in loose fiberglass insulation into your attics, air seal them as well, and we put bad insulation in both your walls and ceiling if that's something that you're looking for.
How big of a difference can that make in a home, Jeff, if you've got that room or that area that's always too cold or it's never cold enough in the summer?
Most of our customers are noticing it pretty much within 24 to 48 hours. It actually does happen that quickly.
Jeff Baer is with us from USA Insulation. So how can people save, what I said, 50% or more even on doing a project with you at USA Insulation?
Sure. There's a focus on energy rebates that are available. There's also the Inflation Reduction Act, both the Homes and the HERE program, which was recently rolled out. Both of those are options that most of our customers are seeing anywhere from 40 to probably 60+% off on most of their jobs.
So thousands of dollars.
Absolutely.
What I love about this is not one of those things where after the fact, after I've paid out of pocket, then I have to go and try to find these places on the web or something like that. Like you and your team can take care of that for your customers.
That's correct. Both our salespeople as well as our office staff, they're all fully trained on how to guide our customers into finding these programs, and then we help process all the information for them so that they can get those rebates back without having the pain of doing it themselves.
As we're coming up here in the summer and things are warming up, is this a good time to do a project? Are you too busy?
No. Now's a great time to get it done. Beat the rush because when it starts getting cold out, everyone else wants to get on.
Get started now at USA Insulation. That's usainsulation.net.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The House of Representatives getting ready to vote soon on President Trump's big budget bill, which House Speaker Mike Johnson says was pushed forward by personal phone calls from the president himself.
I think it was very helpful. I'm really appreciative of his leadership.
Well, Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has been talking since before 5 a.m. this morning, trying to stall the vote.
Because that debate was so limited, I feel the obligation, Mr. Speaker, to stand on this House floor and take my sweet time to tell the stories of the American people.
The bill is expected to pass this morning after Jeffrey stops talking. 4 people have died from gunshot wounds, 14 others hospitalized following a drive-by shooting in Chicago outside a nightclub. New unemployment numbers coming out this morning. Economists expect a possible hiring slowdown. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:31.
From the Breaking News, WTMJ Breaking News Center, 3 people injured, including a Shorewood police officer. There was an early morning shooting in that northern Milwaukee suburb. The officer is now out of the hospital. He was shot in the shoulder and was protected by a ballistic vest. Police remain on scene about a block west of Oakland Avenue near Bartlett and Wood. Chief of Police in Shorewood is Heather Worth. She has an emotional plea to the community.
The violence in this community, Milwaukee, Shorewood, and the attacks against our officers has got to stop. It's got to stop.
An earlier shelter-in-place order for folks in the neighborhood has been lifted, though the suspect is still on the loose.
Funeral arrangements for fallen Milwaukee police officer Kendall Corder are now set. A public visitation for Officer Corder will take place on Friday, July 11th. That's next Friday at Elmbrook Church in Barker Road in Brookfield. That'll run from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. The funeral service set to take place immediately following the interment for Officer Corder, set to take place at Wisconsin Memorial Park in Brookfield following that funeral service.
An industrial fire left several people burned in Hartford. There was an explosion at Signacast on Innovation Way.
There is one with severe injury. It sounds like one of the mods blew up. There are others with minor injuries. No count at this time.
The fire was put out by about 7 o'clock. The fire chief telling WTMJ it does not appear to involve any hazardous materials. Second major incident in Hartford this week. You recall the 19-car train derailment. That was just on Monday.
In a move unheard of in the state of Wisconsin, state lawmakers and Governor Tony Evers have found agreement quickly. They've both passed and signed into law a new state budget in less than 24 hours. The governor signing the $111 billion two-year spending plan just after 1:30 this morning. That came less than an hour after the state assembly sent Evers the final budget bill.
A former Kenosha teacher guilty of grooming students due to spend a year behind bars, Christian Enright, was charged with disorderly conduct, multiple counts after authorities say he had an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old student at Kenosha School of Technology and Enhanced Curriculum West Campus last year. Enright accused of sending hundreds of Snapchat messages to the student. He was fired by the school district last May.
The 4th of July weekend is nearly upon us, and it's expected to bring out many boaters to Lake Michigan. With several more boats, though, comes a higher chance of risk. Lieutenant Joseph Neff is with the Coast Guard sector of Lake Michigan, tells WTMJ they'll have an increased presence this weekend.
We do a large number increase of boardings over the July 4th weekend. And again, we come up alongside, we get on the boat, we want to check, make sure we got enough life jackets, we got our flares, we got radios on board. You have all your safety equipment that if something happens, that you're able to notify us. And at the same time, then we'll check and make sure that you're boating sober.
Neff says that driving intoxicated could lead to prosecution and fines.
From Little League dreams to playing at American Family Field for Big League Dream Day.
You get to watch all the big leaguers do this every game, so it's pretty cool to experience what they get to.
Families of the Franklin crew turned game day into a celebration, setting up tailgates, flying team banners, and soaking in the moment.
Watching all the games on the seats, and now you're actually getting to play on it. It's a pretty cool experience.
As first pitch approached, the music faded and the memories began.
I'm so excited. This is a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm just here to have the most fun I've ever had in my entire life.
At American Family Field, Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
If you were scoring along with us, as they say, the Muskego Warriors beat the Fort Atkinson Junior Blackhawks 17-5. The Franklin Crew and the Plover Nationals tied at 9.
Coming up, maybe drones aren't such a bad idea after all.
Traffic is sponsored by East Troy Lions Music Festival. On now, live music, carnival rides, food, and fun.
East Troy Lions Music Festival. 3 stages, 21 acts. This weekend, carnival rides, food, family, fun, huge beer tent, fireworks Saturday, parade Sunday. EastTroyLions.org.
News brought to you by J&J Contractors. Visit jjcontractorsllc.com.
Ready to upgrade your home's exterior? Family owned and operated since 1983, J&J Contractors specializes in top quality windows, doors, and siding that enhance your home while increasing its value and energy efficiency. From modern vinyl siding to stylish fiberglass doors, and from double hung windows to sliding glass doors, they have the perfect solutions for your home. Contact them today for a free consultation. Just search online J&J Contractors or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors, welcome home.
At Hazelden Betty Ford, treating mental health isn't just about breaking old patterns, it's about braving new ones. As the leader in alcohol and drug treatment for 75 years, we know caring for addiction, anxiety, depression, and trauma goes hand in hand. We're here for you with new tools when life breaks down. Discover your path to better mental health at hazeldenbettyford.org/Wisconsin. Sponsored by Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes. redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
Or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
Tickets are on sale now for EAA Air Venture Oshkosh. Get your tickets at EAA.org/tickets for an unforgettable week. One of the great things we do in Wisconsin every year is EAA. July 21st through the 27th, experience all the cool stuff. Daily air shows, including some at night, world-class performers, historic aircraft displays, and a variety of hands-on activities for all ages. 18 and under get in free, thanks in part to the Boeing Company. Don't wait. Get your tickets today at EAA.org/tickets. EAA Air Venture Oshkosh.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:38.
He throws hard, but when he's hit, he got hit hard. We'll update the latest performance from The Miz in sports at 7:45.
A tragedy striking in California. 7 people still missing after an explosion at a fireworks warehouse in rural Sacramento. The fire department there says the blast caused a massive fire in the town of Esparto. ABC's Andrew Dinbert.
Shooting into the sky, fireworks igniting as the fire raged. Officials saying with the warehouse full of pyrotechnics and the fire still burning, it was not safe to send in search crews. One woman who says her brother and brother-in-law are missing interrupted a news conference demanding fire crews do more.
You guys aren't focusing on people that are stuck in the warehouse, possibly dead, as well as us family members who are worried sick, and you guys are yet to give us any information.
Authorities using unmanned aircraft to survey the wreckage.
The cause of that explosion is still under investigation. Vince, fewer things are more terrifying and powerless, that feeling of powerlessness, than watching like a fireworks display or something like that go wrong.
Oh, right. And it's a building full of explosives.
Yeah.
So, the caution by firefighters is understood. The passion from those family members who are worried for their loved ones also understood. So, very difficult situation out there. It is 7:39. This report is brought to you by Steinhoffels. Visit them at steinhoffels.com.
It's Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, and the savings are sizzling. Right now, save 10% store-wide on furniture for every room. Plus, get hot doorbusters like a Sealy mattress any size, just $199. And it gets even better. Take an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. Steinhoffel's is Wisconsin's #1 furniture and mattress destination. Trusted for over 90 years. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com. Don't miss it, only at Steinhoffels.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring great tips on how to operate your home. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. At 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Debbie, how's the morning drive?
Well, so far it's pretty quiet. Really, the only delay I'm seeing right now is northbound 41 from just before Mayfair Road up past North Avenue. Not even up to Burleigh yet. For the most part, everything else is rolling along fine. No other incidents that I can see other than broken down vehicles here and there, and they're really out of traffic right now. So, so far, so good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies and high temperatures. A little bit cooler by the lake for today in the lower 80s. Inland spots will still see the upper 80s for highs. There will be the chance for a couple of those isolated scattered pop-up showers and storms for this afternoon. Tonight, still the chance for an isolated shower or storm. Partly cloudy skies. Low temperatures in the upper 60s. The chance for a couple showers and thunderstorms Friday morning. Afternoon hours are looking mainly dry for the 4th. Hot and humid with a high temperature near 90. Saturday, high temperatures will stay in the lower 90s. Mostly sunny skies. We'll look for the chance for some storms Saturday night into Sunday, with high temperatures Sunday dropping into the lower 80s, and a nice day for Monday, mostly sunny skies with high temperatures in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 73. The Buckinghams are celebrating their 60th anniversary. Never mind a breakup there in between. They got back together. It's a band out of Chicago. They're very young when they started, and they are still at it. And they've got a show at the Belfry Music Center Theater in Williams Bay later this month. So WTMJ's Libby Collins caught up with the lead singer there, Carl Giamoresi, and talked about what it was like to have hit records while still in high school.
Carl, you were a kid. Had to be a little bit daunting the first time you stepped into a recording studio.
Well, yes, it was. We were totally inexperienced. And then kind of a drag when that song took off. I was just a senior in high school when it was a #1 record.
What was the reaction of the kids you were going to school with?
They were pretty excited for me, my whole clique of friends. Unfortunately, I went to an all-boys high school. So me and my friends, we would visit a lot of the other schools and hit girls.
Yeah, they had 5 top 40 hits in a single year. Billboard called them the most listened to band in America. They appeared on the Ed Sullivan Show.
What were some of the jingles you did?
Oh, gosh. I did so many. From, say, 1976 till about 81. I sang lead on some of the beer commercials, RC Cola, a lot of McDonald's. You deserve a break today at McDonald's,
That was
Big
you.
Mac, filet of fish, quarter pounder French fries, icy Coke, sticks, shakes, sundaes, and apple pies. And then the jingle was da-da-da-da-da-da. You deserve a break today at McDonald's. That was me, and it was a very lucrative business.
So talking about what a performer does when, music tastes change and records stop selling. The Buckingham's lead singer, Carl Giammarisi, telling WTMJ's Libby Collins how that career continued to thrive with music you have heard. Sunday morning at 11 a.m., that's WTMJ Conversations. 7:43, we've got sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This is easy math. It's worth $100 now to save thousands later. Vince Vitrano for Urban Heating and Cooling. Got a couple of hot ones again. Temperatures in the 90s Friday and Saturday. How's your AC doing? Family-owned business. Ryan and his wife, Ellie, over there. They're based in Franklin, and it's Urban Heating and Cooling. Been working with them. Ryan came out to our house for an AC tune-up, and what he does is cleans out all the coils, checks for any issues that could cause breakdowns, tweaks that thing up, set the air conditioner to run more efficiently through the summer. This service available in your home still this summer for just $99 plus tax. Saves you on your electric bills, helps prevent more costly repairs down the road. And if you need emergency service, they're available for you as well. Tell them Vinny sent you when you call. It's Urban Heating and Cooling. You can find them at urbanheatingandcooling.com.
With over 57 years of experience, family-owned Yutka Fence installs high-quality fencing with residential options, including vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and ornamental fences. Committed to craftsmanship and customer service, Yutka Fence doesn't just build fences, they build relationships based on care, trust, precision, and protecting what matters most. Mention you're a WTMJ fan for 10% off your project. Schedule your free estimate today at yutkafence.com or call 262-859-3226.
Catch the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast on WTMJ.com. Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Mixed bag for your Milwaukee Brewers as part of a day-night doubleheader Wednesday. The Crew topping the Mets 7-2 in game number 1, though falling to the Mets 7-3 in game 2. Jacob Mizorowski was the pitcher in game number 2. Looked human for the first time in his young big league career. He allowed 5 runs on back-to-back batters, highlighted by a Brandon Nimmo grand slam. Mizorowski also taking his first loss of the season.
Some days, it's just not your day. And Jacob Mizorowski had his first clunker as a big leaguer. The Miz worked 3 2/3, allowed 2 home runs, including a grand slam. Manager Pat Murphy.
He'd have it for one pitch and didn't, and then you could just see the ball wasn't coming out of his fingers the same. But when you're off a little bit, it can be the difference. The Miz just wasn't in sync.
It doesn't get any easier for the Miz. Currently, he projects to make his next start against the Los Angeles Dodgers. For WTMJ, I'm Dominic Cotroneo.
The Brewers and Mets wrap up their series from Queens this evening. Coverage on WTMJ starts at 5:35. First pitch set for 6:10. Brandon Woodruff set to be back on the mound for the Brewers for the first time in nearly 2 years on Sunday. The Brewers say they expect Woody to make a start in Miami against the Marlins. If all goes as planned, it'll be his first time on a big league mound since September 23rd of 2023. In the NBA, the Bucks team that's set to take the court at Fiserv Forum this fall will look much different from the last time fans laid eyes on them when they lost to the Indiana Pacers in the first round of the NBA playoffs. The team moving on from stalwarts Brook Lopez, Pat Connaughton, and Dame Lillard, in turn bringing in former Pacers center Miles Turner to pair up with Giannis in the front court. We've heard plenty about Giannis this summer. How happy is he? Does he want to be here? Will he demand a trade? None of it coming from him, though. We actually haven't heard much since the season ended. His family's been in Athens. And on Tuesday, Giannis joined brother Thanasis on stage for a live taping of the Thanalysis podcast.
Everybody say this, but I say this because I really mean it, right? When the other guys were coming to the team, we were talking to Jay Crowder, we were talking to Cam, we were talking to Joe Ingles, we were talking to all the guys that joined the team. What we always tell them, wait until you see the crowd, wait until you go to the Fiserv Forum, and you share them when we go on and on.
Giannis, of course, talking about Bucks fans, so we don't know if he's happy being here or if he was happy with the Dame release. Whatever it is, we do know he still has love for the fans at Fiserv Forum. And Vince, don't look now, but NBA basketball's right around the corner.
No, it's not. It just ended.
The Bucks' first summer league game is next Thursday.
You're kidding, right?
It just ended. Now we're starting back again.
What, seriously, like 2 weeks ago, maybe? Was Game 7?
2 weeks ago, I think, on Sunday. 2 weeks ago on Sunday, yeah.
How about that? 7:48 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Mark Tauscher up next.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Most insurance accepted.
Vince Vitrano here. If you're trying to make sense of the economy, where you're headed, there's still time this morning to check out a webinar with John Mercure. He's hosting it with Annex Wealth Management's Brian Jacobson, their chief economist, today at 9 a.m. They call it Instant Insight because we are expecting the jobs report to be released, and then there will be reaction to that immediately after. Brian and John providing that instant analysis on the employment picture. They'll answer your questions, explain what any of that means to you, to your money. So here's how you sign up. You visit WTMJ.com, you click on the Instant Insight Register Now button, or you check out events at annexwealth.com. Today, July 3rd, 9 a.m., John Mercure, Brian Jacobson, chief economist over at Annex. Instant analysis on the employment picture. They're taking your questions. So if you have something that's on your mind, you can join the chat that is part of this, and it's free to do, but you do have to sign up ahead of time. So you do that by going to WTMJ.com. Click the Instant Insight Register Now button or check out the events page at annexwealth.com. Today, July 3rd, 9 a.m., John Mercure and Brian Jacobson at Annex Wealth Management.
For over a century, local radio has evolved with the needs of the community. From politics to pop culture, we keep you informed, bringing you the most relevant news, online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
East Troy Lions Music Festival. 3 stages, 21 acts. This weekend, carnival rides, food, family, fun, huge beer tent, fireworks Saturday, parade Sunday. EastTroyLions.org.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Traffic is sponsored by East Troy Lions Music Festival on now. Live music, carnival rides, food, and fun. Debbie.
All right, well, now we've got an accident on northbound 43, just north of Port Washington Road. It's off on the right shoulder, and really not affecting your ride all that much, but just something to keep in mind. A little bit of a backup right now, just north of Capitol Drive, heading up towards Silver Spring. Northbound 41, slowing down now a little bit more from Watertown Plank Road up past North Avenue, and again, heading past Capitol Drive. And the rest of the system is still looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Partly cloudy with a few pop-up storms possible today. High 83 lakeside, 88 inland. Isolated shower or storm possible through the night under partly cloudy skies, so the low down to 68. High of 90 on Independence Day. Hot and humid. Chance of a shower or storm, particularly in the morning. Most of the day looks dry. Saturday, mostly sunny, hot and humid. Chance of storms at night, high 93. Sunday, the chance of showers and storms and a high of 83 as we cool off a bit. Right now, it's 73 in Milwaukee.
Idea Man.
What I think this continues to show, at least me, as I'm wearing my Milwaukee Bucks championship hat, is it's really hard to win a championship.
Innovative.
I think we should, as Bucks fans, look back at it and say, yeah, we'd love to have 3 or 4, but boy, I'm sure glad we at least got 1.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
Nobody's going to say Milwaukee, with Giannis, will be middling. Now, you could say, can they win a championship? That's a fair question. But as far as who I'd rather be today, Indiana or Milwaukee, as long as Giannis is here, give me Milwaukee all day.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Fellow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Kohler Services and Fellow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Tausch, The Miz kind of got tagged up yesterday evening in New York, out in Queens. I think he was victimized by his first Grand Slam given up of his Major League career.
Yeah, and then another one on top of it.
Yeah, right afterwards.
A solo shot.
Yeah, so the kid is human, it turns out, after all. When I was watching last night, I kind of had the thought that the Mets had these little smirks on their faces, kind of like a, hey, welcome to the big leagues, kid. This is what happens. Do you remember your first, welcome to the NFL moment?
I do. That's a really interesting question. I end up getting drafted, and my first game is against the Jets. Nothing real memorable from that game. I was on field goal protection. But then we went up to Buffalo, and we played the Bills up there. Earl Dotson gets hurt the first play of the game. I go in and start, or I go in and play the rest of that game, but I line up on field goal. And for everybody that watches the extra points and the field goals, you think, oh, you got to have a good snapper and you have to have a good kicker and a holder. That's kind of the process. Well, what happens is when you're the young buck, the older players on the other team will come and just kind of, they like what they call it is we're going to try to find the fish. Nah. And you don't want to be the fish. So I line up, and I look across, and I see 2 old veterans, Ted Washington, who was probably a little around 400 pounds at that point, and Sam Adams, who was probably 350 plus. And they give me a smirk and a little look, and it's like, I know I'm getting steamrolled. Because at that point in the NFL in the year 2000, you could line up anywhere and just blow somebody up. And so my welcome to the NFL moment is as I get in my stance, they give me the little smirk like, buckle up. And I buckled up, and I ended up you have to stay in there. You have to take it, and that gives your kicker the chance to make the kick. So for me, I ended up going blank over tea kettle as Sam Adams and Ted Washington roll me back, but I did my job. I think Ryan Longwell made the kick, and I thought to myself, I hope I get better at this because the thing is, you see it on film, every special teams coach is going to say, there's the fish. Go get him. And luckily at some point that ended. Yes.
And that's not fun.
Indeed.
That's not fun.
It is not fun. And
not like run
it's a lot more fun when there's another young guy. And then what you can start doing as you get to year 2 and 3 is, these guys, some of the more, the fun guys they'll kind of look around and say, oh, and you as a veteran can be like, 75's a rookie. If you want, head on over that way. That's not calling him a fish, but there's a young guy. Let's see what you can do with him rather than what you're going to do to me.
You don't need any part of me anyway. I did my part.
No,
I wanted to ask you about this, Tausch, because we are coming up on Independence Day, and I don't know if you are of those who categorize competitive eating as a sport, but we have a chance to unify the belts as Joey Chestnut, the undisputed eating champion of all time, is back in the Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest at Coney Island.
Yeah, so this has been something, and doing sports talk for almost a decade now. This is the slower time of the year, so we'll delve into some of this. I think greatness at any level should be admired. There are some people that think this is gluttonous and it's disgusting, and you can feel that way, but you can also say, this cat's been the best in the world at everything for, 12 years? And it's not as if he just rolls out of bed and starts shoving hot dogs. There is training. Is it something that young kids aspire to do? I'm sure there's some. I wouldn't. But that doesn't mean that he shouldn't be, respected in the competition world because he's been the best. And I don't know of anybody that has had the long, dominant run that Joey Chestnut has had.
What did he eat here? What did we do recently? Was it burritos, Mike?
Burritos, yeah.
Yeah, we had burritos
yeah.
here in Milwaukee, Tausch.
You know what I would think would be a good idea, and I don't want to tell people how to market, but don't you think the state fair, wouldn't it be fun to have Chestnut see how many cream puffs he could wolf down in a 6-minute period of time? Hey, come in studio with you guys, grab a big old tray of cream puffs and say, how long is it going to take you to eat 25 cream puffs?
Right, line them up on a rack and just rip through.
Line them up and let's just see what you can do.
You know what else? We're always focused on, like, larger things. You know, I'd like to see him do, like, popcorn shrimp or something. Something small. Just bing, 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 bing. Just tossing them.
The one thing is, I don't know how scientific that counting is. You know, they put that up on ESPN, and sometimes you're shoving them in, but you have to digest it. You have to do all that. Popcorn shrimp, whoever's counting that, because he's going to just go fist. You know, he's fistful in it. He's just going to stuff.
All right.
He's not going to go individual. I don't even know how you'd have to put like little trackers on the shrimp to see how many you eat.
As per usual, Tausch, you've already talked me out of my idea, which happens frequently here.
Well, that's what we're here for.
7:59. Happy 4th, Tausch, on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Happy 4th, guys.
Catch the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast on WTMJ.com.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Plans to convert the 100 East office tower into apartments is in line for $14.4 million in city incentives. Milwaukee announced Wednesday that with its support, 75 units will be set aside as workforce housing units, meant for households earning up to 100% of Milwaukee's area median income. A suburban Milwaukee footwear firm has upped its prices 10%, citing tariffs. The company, which manufactures 75% of its shoes in China, owns Florsheim, Stacy Adams, and Boggs shoe brands. Jeff Tyler has retired as area president of iHeartMedia's Milwaukee and Madison markets, ending his 47-year career. The radio executive is perhaps best known for helping lure broadcasts of Green Bay Packers games, from their decades-long flagship radio station to iHeartMedia's sports station 97.3, The Game. I'm Addison Lathers for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ's John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. If you have big questions about inflation, money, and your retirement goals, join me Tuesday, July 15th with your questions as I co-host an Instant Insight webinar with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. It's July 15th at 9 a.m. It's free, but you must register. Go to WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Tuesday, July 15th, 9 a.m. It's free, but you need to register.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
But the car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
People need people, whether in Junior Achievements BizTown, where students work together to run a city, or in the real world, where blood donors can help save lives. Join Junior Achievement of Wisconsin and Versity for a mobile blood drive on Tuesday, July 15th from 2 to 6:30 p.m. at JA's headquarters near Highway 100 and Good Hope Road. While you're there, tour Jim's JA BizTown, where students take on real-world roles like CEO, banker, and mayor, learning how communities thrive through teamwork and leadership. Sign up today at wisconsin.ja.org.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pillow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, July 3rd, our top story, saved by a ballistic vest in Shorewood.
I'm Mike Spaulding, in for Eric Bilstad, moving towards Passage in Washington.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Northbound 43, just north of Bender Road, we got a crash off on the right shoulder. Not really affecting the ride too much, so you're okay. Northbound 41, heavy from before Mayfair Road up past Burleigh. Southbound is backing up from Silver Spring to about Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today. Partly cloudy, a few showers popping up, or storms even this afternoon. But again, the pop-up and scattered variety. High of 83 at the lake, 88 inland. An isolated shower or storm is possible under partly cloudy skies tonight. Low down to 68. Milwaukee at 77. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, 3 people injured, including a Shorewood police officer, in an early morning incident, actually a couple of them separate, in that Milwaukee suburb. Police remain on scene. They're about a block west of Oakland Avenue near Newhall and Wood. Shorewood Chief of Police Heather Worth saying the officer is already out of the hospital. He was shot in the shoulder but was protected by his ballistic vest.
I'm just so incredibly grateful that they were wearing their protective vest, and that officer has since been released from the hospital. He was sent there as a precautionary measure, but he's in good spirits.
Chief Worth did not offer an update on the conditions of the 2 other people who were shot. The earlier shelter-in-place order for the neighborhood lifted, though the suspect is still on the loose.
In Washington, D.C., the U.S. House of Representatives is set to pass the GOP's massive tax policy bill. This is ahead of the president's self-imposed July 4th deadline. ABC Stephen Portnoy.
The overnight arm-twisting of GOP leaders and the White House worked as Republican holdouts voted to advance the measure in a 3 a.m. vote. In addition to boosting spending on border security and defense, the measure would enact the president's promises to largely zero out taxes on tips and overtime. But most of the tax benefits in the bill would go to the wealthiest Americans. Opponents pointed to forecasts that future deficits would grow by more than $3 trillion, as well as projections that the bill could see nearly 12 million Americans losing their health coverage.
Food assistance programs and Medicaid are also among programs that are set to be cut in order to make the president's 2017 tax cuts permanent.
Overnight in Madison.
Get this over to the Secretary of State. Sure.
Governor Tony Evers signing into law the new state budget in a race against Congress to ensure Wisconsin would get a federal Medicaid match that it would possibly lose under President Trump's tax and spending cuts package. The Assembly Speaker, Robin Vos, praising the quick work by lawmakers to get that budget to the governor.
It took us a little longer because of negotiations, but I think considering the fact that we've normally passed it by the 30th, it's like 2 days or 3 days afterward, I think that's pretty darn impressive.
Governor Evers has promised to make a decision on whether he will run for a 3rd term in office following this budget passage.
An early morning explosion at a facility in Hartford leaves several people wounded.
3 people are hurt, 1 severely after the blaze sparked by the explosion at Signacast on Innovation Way early Thursday morning.
There is 1 with severe injury. It sounds like one of the mods blew up.
Hartford Fire Chief Tony Burgard tells WTMJ the blaze was put out by 7 a.m. and the incident does not appear to have involved hazardous materials. This is the 2nd major incident in Hartford this week, following a 19-car train derailment in the community Monday. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Coming up, tragedy unfolding in Chicago, a mass shooting there. The striking numbers that are out right now. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:06.
The historic Fox and Hound Supper Club is open tomorrow on the 4th of July. WTMJ's John Mercure here. Celebrate the 4th with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, one of the most beautiful and affordable summer dining destinations. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat, and it's one of the best. I love it. I also love the perch. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. Desserts, that great dessert tray when it comes around, yeah, buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, scallops, grilled salmon, mahi-mahi are all fantastic, and all entrees are buy one, get one free, including the steak and lobster. Relax with a cocktail on the gorgeous patio in the woods, then dinner in one of the 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of Holy Hill. The drive through the Kettle Moraine Forest is spectacular. Celebrate the 4th tomorrow with the all-you-can-eat fish fry. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. Serving lunch Saturday from 11 till 2 and open tonight and tomorrow, the 4th of July at 4 p.m. The Fox and Hounds.
Hi, I'm Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, reminding you to double-check your home. Siding Unlimited is the proven exteriors professionals for 31 years. Family-owned and locally operated right here in Wisconsin. Call Siding Unlimited and visit sidingunlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 8:07.
At least 4 people killed, 14 others hurt in a drive-by shooting outside a Chicago nightclub.
Grieving relatives have flocked to the scene in Chicago's River North neighborhood. The victims were leaving an album release party for rapper Mellow Bucks at the Artist Lounge when shots were fired from a black SUV. Police say there were multiple shooters. This Chicagoan is fed up with the violence.
The community needs to step up. Obviously, this is not just taking place on the south and west side of the black and brown communities. This is happening all over.
No arrests have been made. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Called it a crime of opportunity in the state of Texas. A thief taking thousands of dollars from a Texas fireworks stand.
The pop of firecrackers is music to the ears of Jonathan Cook.
Well, this is Sky King, sparklers, fountains, 200.
The owner of Johnny Fireworks, south of Fort Worth. This year,
what this feels like is that we have a big birthday party and someone an hour before the party came and took the cake and the presents.
Surveillance video shows someone breaking into his fireworks stand and stealing tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise. Police have the video. They're trying to identify the pickup truck and the thief driving it. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
On the Milwaukee lakefront tonight, there will not be fireworks. Instead, hundreds of drones will light up the sky.
The 45-minute drone show at McKinley Beach will feature images of Milwaukee's iconic landmarks and other patriotic themes. But will fireworks ever make a return? County Parks Executive Director Guy Smith.
Our focus is to be environmentally sustainable as well as fiscally sustainable. And I believe that this event, this drone show, is going to replace the fireworks.
At McKinley Beach, Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Show starts tonight around 9:15. 8:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
An unsuspecting driver at a gas station in Wisconsin.
Welcome, Pump 15. How you doing?
Great.
Were you wearing your seatbelt today?
I never wear my seatbelt.
We're going to get him. We're going to get him real good.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Donald Driver. It takes 1 second to strap a seatbelt on. Well, let's do this. Let's do it together. Now, don't that feel better?
Donald Driver can't always be there to remind you.
Click it or ticket.
And let's reduce fatalities on Wisconsin roadways.
And I should have recognized your voice when you're harassing.
I'm watching you.
Sponsored by Wisconsin DOT.
It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. Get sale discounts store-wide all month long. What a great time to shop for all of your Christmas needs. Get your holiday decor and so much more, along with all the great bargains we always have for you. It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here. How's the knee feeling? Still bothering you? Or the back? Is the back still barking like ever? Is it bad enough where you're not even enjoying the summer because you're not doing what you want to do because of the achy joint pain? You're stuck. And now you're hearing, yeah, maybe you're going to need surgery. Well, maybe not. You really should try calling QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine. QC Kinetics uses treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No knife, no drugs, no downtime, and no masking of the pain. It's at least worth calling for a second opinion. Call QC Kinetics today. It's 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Meet with the team and let them explain firsthand how QC Kinetics can help you enjoy your summer. 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today.
Checking in with Debbie here at 11 minutes after 8.
All right. Well, we do still have this accident on northbound 43, just north of Bender Road. It's off on the right shoulder. Other than that, we've got some delays northbound on 41 from Mayfair Road up past North Avenue. Back on the brakes from Burleigh up towards Hampton. Southbound side's getting a little bit heavy from just south of Hampton heading towards Capitol Drive. Broken down vehicle on westbound 94 if you're heading out past Elmhurst Road. It's off on the right shoulder. Squad's with it, so it should be out of there hopefully pretty soon. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. For today, 83 Lakeside, 88 degrees, your high temperature inland. This afternoon, a few pop-up storms are possible. Tonight, an isolated shower or storm as well, and a low down to 68. And for Independence Day, a high of 90 degrees, hot and humid, chance in the morning of a shower or storm. The bulk of the day looks dry. Right now at 77 in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Mike Spaulding.
On Wisconsin's Morning News on the eve of Independence Day, Mike Spaulding, Vince Vitrano here taking you up until 10 o'clock this morning. Weekend 3, day 1 of Summerfest 2025. Things kick off for this final weekend of this year's run of the big gig with gates opening at Meyer Festival Park. Noon today. Free to walk in until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thanks to a sponsorship with Walmart Plus. Nothing to buy, nothing to bring, nothing to wear. It's just plain old free. Because, Mike, what do I say? Do you want to take a shot at my saying?
I think it's something like if you're paying full price, you're not trying hard enough.
It's very close. You're about as close as any of my co-hosts and co-anchors and whatnot. Eric gets it wrong every time. Susan Kim got it wrong for 15 years.
What is it? Go for it.
It is if you pay full price to get into Summerfest, you just didn't try very hard. Benson Boone is your headliner tonight on the American Family Insurance Amphitheater stage. Before she heads over to Meyer Festival Park this morning, we are joined in studio by the president and CEO of Milwaukee World Festival Inc., Sarah Pancari. Just on your way to work. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, good morning. I mean, weekend 3, it's a great place to be as we kick off weekend 3.
So let me ask you this first, because we were talking about the music that you've spent some time listening to get up to speed on who's all here this weekend. I feel like if it wasn't deliberate, I wish it were. You can go ahead and lie and say it was. Today is Creative Band Name Day. Not that there aren't some great ones through the run, but just today alone, Sarah, you have Chapped Lips, you have Your Mom, which is
show favorite name
you would
there.
go to see just for the jokes, and also I don't know but they found me.
You know, what I would say about the lineup is that what is remarkable what the team does, despite the band names, is that you can go from the north end all the way to the amphitheater and hear a different style of music, which is really the secret sauce of Summerfest. So Sebastian Bach, right? So 80s rock into Ira Starr, Afrobeats, into hip hop, into the band name that you mentioned. I don't know how they found me, but they did. Opening for Lovejoy, which is indie rock, into EDM, into singer-songwriter, into 311 90s, which I know, Mike, you probably, like me,
I was going to say that's my number one favorite band today.
Yes. And then, of course, the absolute incredible upstart of Benson Boone, who I will tell you, there are single tickets available. It has just been an amazing, amazing ascent for him. We announced him right after the Grammys, and it sold so well, we cannot wait to have him in. So, again, the story of Summerfest is not just the crazy band names, which I know you appreciate, but also just the wide variety and the fact you can see everything for free.
Let me ask you about this because of my saying, about getting in free and whatnot. Multiple opportunities through the weekend to get in free. Today is the Walmart Plus. Tomorrow, 4th of July, free till 6 o'clock.
Till 6 p.m. with Quick Trip. So
And
compliments of Quick Trip.
Yes, and I appreciate you mentioning the sponsors. Everyone's like, I don't care who the sponsor. Well, they make these things possible, and they make the festival more affordable for all of us.
You bet, Vince. We would not be able to offer the type of entertainment, the world-class entertainment at our setting, and then give you free admission without our sponsors. So they are critical to the success of Summerfest.
Fan Appreciation Day then is Saturday. That's presented by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. And that's you're getting in free until 3 o'clock. Plus you have this big win entry ticket that you get as well. How does that all work?
So you get a big win entry ticket, and that's coming along with a ticket to 2026. So not only, but wait, there's more. There's not only you can not only win potentially $1 million, but also you will receive a ticket for next year's festival. So when you come in, look for grab a ticket if you're among the first 30,000, and then you put your big win entry ticket into the big bucket, and then we gather all of those stubs and come to the Miller Lite Oasis at 4 p.m. where we play the game to win potentially $1 million.
Hey, I want to ask you about Benson Boone because you mentioned he's really had a meteoric rise over the past year, maybe. I'm kind of out of the loop there. But
a couple years.
Do you guys celebrate extra hard at the Summerfest offices when you're talking to bands and we know all this stuff happens so far out and you go, look, something about this artist I think is going to take off, and then it does, and now it's like so great to be able to have someone like that in the amphitheater. Like, do you celebrate extra hard? Do you know that? How much research goes into the projections of an artist like this?
Sure, you bet. And I would tell you that the independent booking team we have, they are constantly ear to the ground, looking for those artists, those breakout artists. I think, last weekend we had Riley Green. There's another huge rise. And Benson Boone actually did open for Imagine Dragons in 2023. So he's comfortable on that stage. But yes, we absolutely celebrate extra hard when we have, and I think the story of this year, we've had several sellouts, including several really, really big shows. So everything from Hozier to the Killers. I don't know if anyone went to the Killers in this room, but it was electric. And so Benson Boone, and then of course tomorrow night is Bad Omens with Spirit Box, and then we're closing the festival with the Lumineers. Another fantastic Summerfest story.
Sarah Pancari is the CEO of Milwaukee World Festival, Inc. We're on the final weekend of Summerfest. How does that work in terms of your notification when you find out about that big score that you got? I mean, does Zazil come into your office and be like, hey, you got a minute? I got one for you.
Well, and I think it reflects the conversations that we consistently have. And I will tell you, we're looking, we've got shows confirmed for 2026. So it is starting earlier
just tell
and
me
earlier.
What the shows are
I know,
for
Vince. As soon as I said, I thought, oh, he's going to have a question about that.
No.
Of course, but so to answer your question, Mike, the amount of research and effort, and also just really, really good ears and instinct that goes into booking these bands is all part of the magic of the entertainment team.
We talk about how Summerfest has something for everybody, and being there a few times during the festival run this year, we're going to be back tonight for 3/11, but I couldn't help but notice how packed the Aurora Health Care Pavilion is every single night. And a lot of that has to do with some of the DJs, and it just being here for the past 10 years, it seems like that's one of the stages that's maybe undergone a bit of a rethinking as far as who's going to be performing there. How happy are you when you see that like there's so many young people there and experiencing Summerfest maybe even for the first time, and it's something like this that brought them there?
Well, I think the important thing that you're also hinting towards is the fact that we do put headliners on that stage at 8 p.m. So there's live music all day, and then of course at 8 p.m. We have a hip hop Rich Amici tonight, but that's been Landco, and then of course Snow the Product. So the point is that there is live music, and then we transition to a local DJ with a significant following, and it's been very, very successful for us. So we continue to like that, but I think we see that with the Lasso Lounge this year on the south side of the park. We've got country music in a similar way, sort of focused in that area. So it's really all about experimentation, and we're thrilled when things work like you mentioned.
I see more and more cowboy boots at Summerfest every year.
That's okay.
Like,
we embrace
right?
everybody. I mean, that's
amazing.
Something for everyone.
Sarah Pancari is with us this morning. It doesn't always work out this way. In fact, Sarah, I'm sure you recall the first time we went to the weekends, or actually I think it was the first time we took the Monday off, right, and changed up the schedule. That happened to coincide with July 4th, and people lost their minds. I like to go on the 4th. They're doing it. And it turned out to not be because it was the 4th. It's just how that worked out. And so it doesn't always work out now that the 4th falls in line with the festival. What are your thoughts on having it on Independence Day? And I know you have a couple of special things planned, particularly in the evening, to honor the holiday.
Yeah, last year we fell on the 4th, and it was a great day. Obviously, with the free admission promotion, it's a great way to come down and celebrate the 4th, and maybe during the day if you've got other things that you've got going on. But really, again, that lineup is so strong. Again, we're looking at everything from Fountains of Wayne, which is a great comeback story, as well as Social Distortion, Chicago, Porter Robinson. So the music is great.
Yes.
But beyond the music, we are partnering with our good friends at Johnsonville, and those folks are fun. mean, they are fun people.
Oh, we had them on yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're a great Wisconsin story, a great Wisconsin company, and they're really, really fun. And so they actually measured how much fun you probably heard this yesterday, how much
Yes.
fun we're all having.
It's not enough.
And
apparently.
the fact that there's a pretty big deficiency. And so we are going to, tomorrow, in preparation for America's 250th birthday next year, we are going to do a group sing-along to sing Happy Birthday to America, and at multiple stages. It's going to be great fun. And then Fortune Feemster, who is a comedian and wonderful comedian, she's someone who's going to come and help us get ready to sing. And then that sing-along is going to be followed by a drone show. So Johnsonville is amping up all the fun and really going to celebrate America's 249, which we believe is absolutely worthy of being celebrated and sung to in multiple stages with tens of thousands of people.
Benson Boone is your headliner tonight on the American Family Insurance Amphitheater stage, Weekend 3, Day 1, Summerfest 2025. Sarah, thanks so much for your time and off to work this morning. All right, you're going right over,
down
right?
there. I am going
Grab
down.
some coffee for the crew. Great to see you. Gates open in less than 4 hours. Debbie, what do you see on the roads right now?
Well, that accident on northbound 43 at just north of Bender Road has been cleared out of the way, so no problems there. Northbound 41 is really the only spot where we're seeing problems. It's just delays from Mayfair Road up past North Avenue and then Burleigh up to up to Hampton. Other than that, we're looking really good. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Get the beat of the Bucks straight from a fan favorite and Bucks legend.
Welcome to the fantastic voyage. Marcus Johnson, the captain of this vessel.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson, a Bucks Plus audio production.
My first mate, Chris Johnson, the only father and son tandem.
Your weekly pulse on the Milwaukee Bucks and conversations with the biggest names in basketball. This week on the pod, Marcus and Chris are joined by Zach Harper of The Athletic. Find Here District now on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, or wherever you get your podcast. Is it really the city that never sleeps?
New York, New York.
Or is it the city that never swings?
3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with the slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game.
The Brewers head to the Big Apple to take on the Mets.
And about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 5:35. We are the home of the Brewers. WTMJ.
The orthopedic care specialists at Ortho ASAP. They'll treat fractures, sprains, strains, sports injuries, and more right away. I know. Vince Vitrano here for my medical team at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. They have on-site x-rays and expert care. So these Ortho ASAP clinics, they get you in faster, open 7 days a week, locations in Brookfield and Pewaukee. It is more affordable than the ER, and they will make sure to send all the full reports to your primary care doctor so you can have continued follow-up on anything that's gone on. And why wait at the ER? You walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic for faster, more affordable care. Walk right in, get treated, get back to your life. Ortho ASAP, there is a difference. Visit orthowisconsin.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Summer savings don't get any better than Colder's 4th of July weekend sale. From June 20th to July 7th, shop Colder's. Unbeatable deals store-wide and save thousands on your next home upgrade. At Colder's, they guarantee that you're getting the best deal in town, but during their 4th of July weekend sale, you can stack your discounts for even more savings. Save 60% on furniture and mattresses. Take an additional 10% off. Wow, that's a great deal. I've just shopped at Colder's. Great service, great showrooms. You're going to love it. Plus, you can save on appliances, too. Take an additional 5% off on top appliance deals you won't find anywhere else. Colder's has a huge selection of kitchen and laundry appliances from all your favorite brands, and you're guaranteed to get the best price only at Colder's. There are 4 Colder's locations: West Dallas, Oak Creek, Delafield, and Grafton. Hurry on in or shop online at Colders.com. Don't miss out on their 4th of July weekend sale going on from June 20th to July 7th.
Get more for your money, Colders.
8:25 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Don't want to keep you far from the breaking news story of the morning as we continue to get updates on what's happening in Shorewood. The Most important thing right now is it appears that a person who shot 2 people in Shorewood and then also shot up a police squad, injuring an officer, is still on the loose this morning.
Turning onto Wood. I was turning onto the 1700 block of Wood. I got hit by about 3 rounds to my squad. One hit me in the shoulder.
So here's the great news. That's the officer who got shot. And you heard him speaking, communicating with dispatch. According to the chief of police in Shorewood, the officer took at least 1 round to his bulletproof vest, or what do they call that, Kevlar? Or,
in the shoulder area.
Right, and that probably saved his life. He is already out of the hospital. Then there's been just west of Oakland Avenue in the neighborhood, a couple of landmarks for you. If you know Oakland Avenue, then it'd be kind of near the Metro Market or Benji's Deli, those a little bit west of there in a neighborhood. Police had things locked down. In fact, a lot of folks got an alert on their phone telling them to shelter in place. That shelter in place has been lifted. However, the suspected shooter is still out there somewhere. I want to play you, it's a little bit longer, but the police chief, Heather Worth, talked about what went down and the search for the suspect a little over an hour ago. Here's Chief Worth.
As our officers were responding to the scene, one of our squads took fire from an unknown assailant. At least 2 rounds struck the windshield, another round into the passenger side of the vehicle. Our officer took a round into the vest, and we were incredibly fortunate that the vest did its job. Protective measures that the officer was wearing saved him from serious injury. He was transported as a precautionary measure. There are 2 additional victims. I'm not releasing their conditions at this time because this is an active and fluid investigation. We are also still seeking a suspect whom we believe to be known, and more information will be shared as it becomes available.
Hearing a couple of things in the comments from Chief Worth this morning. Obviously, first, the officer is going to be okay. He was out of the hospital, and that his vest protected him and likely saved his life. That's the great news. 2, obviously, you're looking for a shooter still. The fact that they didn't release any sort of description, Mike, any sort of name or anything like that, seems to indicate to me they know exactly who they're looking for, and for strategic reasons have not chosen to engage the public in the search for this person. Sometimes they're like, here's who we're looking for, help us look. Not hearing that today.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and also that the alert that shelter-in-place order had lifted about 7:30, 7:45 this morning. So getting the all clear there as well, which, I think you're correct. It tells me they know exactly the person they're looking for and kind of exactly how this played out.
And in terms of how this all started, also putting, sort of connecting dots without the police chief saying so specifically, they were called to that scene for a report of a shooting. And officers did encounter one of the victims and then a second victim. So it sounds like separate from the shooting of the police officer, you had this earlier incident that got cops in that neighborhood to start with. That, what did you say, about 3 o'clock this morning? Was
2:51, I believe, is when they responded, yeah.
So you had that initial incident, and it sounds like 2 victims in connection with that. And then, as police arrived on scene, the suspected shooter then unloaded on this police squad, which is how the officer was injured. So those are the details that we have right now. We'll keep you up to date on the search for that suspect as we get new information through the morning here on WTMJ. It is 8:29, bottom of the hour update from ABC News and your local headlines. That's next.
Hi, I'm Tony Drake from Drake & Associates. One of the biggest questions retirees face is, when should I take Social Security? Should you claim it earlier for a smaller check or wait for a bigger payout? The wrong move could cost you thousands over the course of your retirement. And here's something most people don't realize. Social Security is only one piece of your income puzzle. If you don't coordinate it with your other retirement assets, you could pay more in taxes or even reduce your benefits without meaning to. At Drake & Associates, we help hardworking Americans like you make sense of their Social Security options so you can keep more of what you've earned. This isn't just about picking an age. It's about having a strategy so your retirement income lasts. That's why I want to send you a free retirement toolkit along with a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready. Inside, you'll find easy-to-understand strategies to help you maximize Social Security, lower taxes, and build a reliable income plan. Text SS to 414-897-9522 to claim your free copies while supplies last. If you're unsure about your Social Security options, don't wait. This is your chance to get clarity and confidence about your retirement income. Text SS to 414-897-9522. Secure your future today. Text SS to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping you retire with confidence.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. He's still talking. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has been on the floor since before 5 a.m. this morning, trying to stall the Trump budget plan from being voted on.
This runs directly contrary to what President Trump indicated in January, which was that he was going to love and cherish Medicaid. Nothing about this bill loves and cherishes Medicaid. It guts Medicaid.
The bill does include major Medicaid cuts as well as major tax cuts, many of the benefits to the wealthy. Republican Congresswoman Carol Miller from West Virginia says it will add jobs.
This bill gives the average working family a $1,300 tax cut and makes permanent the 199A small business deduction to keep our economy humming.
The new unemployment report out this morning shows a still resilient jobs picture. U.S. employers adding 147,000 jobs in the month of June. This is ABC News.
Northbound on 41. We got a little bit of a backup right around the North Avenue curve, and then a little bit of a backup north of Capitol Drive heading towards Hampton. Southbound's a little tight between Hampton and Capitol as well. We do have southbound on the Rock Freeway slowing down a bit from Highway 100 to the county line. Other than that, everything else is looking good. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 88 degrees today in your storm team forecasts. A little bit cooler near Lake Michigan under partly cloudy skies. Now, chance for some pop-up storms today, and an isolated shower or storm is possible overnight, low down to 68. Milwaukee at 77. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, 3 people injured. A Shorewood police officer is among those. There were a pair of shootings overnight in that Milwaukee suburb. Police Chief Heather Worth saying the officer is now out of the hospital. He was shot in the shoulder but protected by his ballistic vest.
I'm just so incredibly grateful that they were wearing their protective vest, and that officer has since been released from the hospital. He was sent there as a precautionary measure, but he's in good spirits.
Earlier shelter-in-place order has now been lifted for that neighborhood in Shorewood. The suspect still on the run.
Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers putting pen to paper and signing the new state budget. The budget's passage in the early morning hours today followed swift action by both the Assembly and the Senate. Governor Evers saying that while not perfect, the budget process represents the current state of politics in the state of Wisconsin.
We're a purple state. We're going to be a purple state, I'm guessing, for a long time, and so we need to work together.
In the past 50 years, the Wisconsin budget has never passed both houses of the legislature in the same day.
Several people burned in an industrial fire in Hartford, that's Washington County, after an explosion at a place called Signacast.
There is one with severe injury. It sounds like one of the mods blew up. There are others with minor injuries. No count at this time.
Fire put out by about 7 o'clock this morning. The fire chief there telling WTMJ it does not appear that this involves any hazardous materials, but it is a second major incident in Hartford this week. You'll recall the 19-car train derailment on Monday.
As the Milwaukee County Transit System prepares for an audit following the sudden news of a nearly $11 million budget deficit, the organization is partially now blaming fare skipping for its financial woes.
Fare evasion reduced the transit system's revenues by around $4 million in 2024. The problem is particularly bad aboard the Connect One bus rapid transit line, where 33% of passengers are reportedly not paying to ride. Now, 5 county supervisors have introduced the resolution requiring MCTS to develop a strategy that addresses the issue. Last month, MCTS said route hours would be reduced as a result of their 7-figure budget deficit, which prompted an audit of the system from the county comptroller. Comptroller. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. 5 minutes off the opening bell. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 121 points at 44,605. The S&P 500 at 6256. That's up 29. And the NASDAQ climbing as well, up 129 points to 20,527. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Coming up, the 3000K Club gets a new member.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36. Traffic is sponsored by East Troy Lions Music Festival. On now, live music, carnival rides, food, and fun.
East Troy Lions Music Festival. 3 stages, 21 acts. This weekend, carnival rides, food, family, fun. Huge beer tent. Fireworks Saturday. Parade Sunday. EastTroyLions.org.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Guthrie and Fry. I love Guthrie and Fry. I've got their water softener, the salt delivered right to the basement. Their RO system, which filters the water in our house. What we drink, what we cook with, is crisp, clean, clear. It's Guthrie and Fry water conditionings, the best in the business. They also provide well pump system service, routine service, and emergency service. For when you need it, they've been doing that since 1974. At Guthrie and Fry, they know that better water makes a big difference. The teams I trust are at Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning.
What's on tap with Sandy Max, keeping you updated on culture and creativity.
Festival lemonade in one hand, handwritten letter for Rick Springfield in the other. She's like, don't drop it because it has my phone number on it.
But that shows you the power and the emotion of music.
What's on tap with Sandy Max.
And he pointed to my mother and she got to kiss his arm.
And that's the magic of Summerfest.
Weeknights at 6 on WTMJ.
It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. Get sale discounts store-wide all month long. What a great time to shop for all of your Christmas needs. Get your holiday decor and so much more, along with all the great bargains we always have for you. It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano talking with Dr. Mike Nolte at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Doc, a lot of people are hesitant to visit a surgeon for spine care.
The good news is that the vast majority of patients that I see and the majority of conditions that I can see can be successfully treated without surgery. And I don't want patients to think that just because you're seeing a spine surgeon means that you're going to be signing up for surgery. We talk about, in my clinic, kind of a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C.
Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. orthowisconsin.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times 8:38. History made Wednesday night at Dodger Stadium.
He swings and it's a base hit to right. Ohtani around third. He comes to the plate. Dodgers win. Dodgers win.
Nope, not that. That happens, unfortunately, all the time. This is the moment.
Better than 50,000 on their feet at Dodger Stadium. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. There it is. He got him with a slider. Strikeout number 3,000 for Clayton Kershaw. History at Dodger Stadium.
And Dodgers pitcher Clayton Kershaw striking out Vinny Capra to become the 20th pitcher in Major League history to join the 3,000 strikeout club. Kershaw, the first pitcher to hit the 3K club since Max Scherzer did it back in 2021. Could also be the last member of that illustrious club for quite some time. The next pitcher who could reach that mark, that'd be New York Yankees starter Garrett Cole, who has about 2,251 strikeouts at the age of 34. 36-year-old Chris Sale, 41-year-old Charlie Morton, and 38-year-old Yu Darvish, the only other pitchers north of 2,000 right now. If Capra's name sounds familiar, it's because he was wearing a Brewers uniform earlier this season. He was DFA'd by the Brewers back in May, then picked up by the White Sox, then became a footnote in history.
Well, hopefully Kershaw got it out of his system because we see the Dodgers when the Brewers are home next. We are on the road. One more tonight in New York against the Mets, the rubber game, and then we've got Miami up next on the road and then back home to face the Dodgers. In fact, we'll talk about all of it next with Brewers Vice President and General Manager Matt Arnold. Brewers 360 on the way next.
What if you could lose up to 1 pound of fat every single day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, they've got the secret, and it's helping people shed serious weight fast. Hey, it's Steve Scafidi from WTMJ. I've been on the Milwaukee Weight Loss program since January and currently in the maintenance phase after losing, get this, 40 pounds. It was fast, easy, and safe, and I'm sticking with the incredible team at Milwaukee Weight Loss to keep the weight off. Their doctor-developed, easy-to-follow program helps people lose weight naturally and safely with no drugs, no risky injections, no meal kits, no shakes, no exercise required. It's not just about losing weight. It's about resetting your metabolism to keep it off for good with personal coaching every step of the way. And guess what? Their program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a month or two, up to 1 pound of fat a day. Book your free consultation now at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com or call 262-449-1180. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
I'm trying, Greg. Sorry. I cracked myself up is what happened. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here if you're trying to make sense of the economy, where we're headed. Still time this morning to get in on the webinar. John Mercure is co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's Brian Jacobson. He's the chief economist there. Now, I wouldn't normally tell you to do other things while we're still on the air here with Wisconsin's Morning News, but this is one of those times where we'll allow it. Today, 9 a.m., you get instant insight just after the jobs report is released. So Brian and John will provide that instant analysis on the employment picture. They'll be taking your questions and explain what all this means to you and your money. It's free to attend, but here's how you sign up. Visit WTMJ.com, click on the Instant Insight Register Now button, or you check out the events page at annexwealth.com. John Mercure, Brian Jacobson providing instant analysis on the employment picture, taking your questions and talking about your money. Visit WTMJ.com, Instant Insight Register Now button, or the events page at annexwealth.com to sign up. That's today, coming up in just about 18 minutes. John Mercure and Brian Jacobson at Annex Wealth Management.
Julie Granger is the president of Junior Achievement of Wisconsin. Julie, your organization has business technology from James Imaging Systems. Yet today, please tell us about Junior Achievement's unique mission.
Junior Achievement of Wisconsin has a mission of inspiring and preparing young people for success in a global economy. We serve students anywhere from kindergarten through 12th grade, and we just started serving young adults 18 to 25.
I understand financial literacy is also an important part of your mission.
Financial literacy is critical to the long-term success of every individual so that they can plan their futures and they can live their dreams.
To help turn those dreams into reality, how can everyone get involved?
We are looking for people who are willing to donate their time, treasure, and talent to the organization.
What's the first step?
The best way to reach us is through our website, wisconsin.ja.org.
James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Brewers GM and Senior Vice President Matt Arnold.
How soon do I start asking you about trades and stuff, Matt?
This is Brewers 360.
My phone's always on. So.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. On the line, Brewers Vice President and General Manager Matt Arnold. Morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Are you on the road? Are you in New York?
I am. No, I'm at home. We got a bunch of draft stuff we're getting ready for, so we're wrapped up here with draft meetings all week.
Oh, that's not cool because I think a lot of guys brought their families. I know Murph said he had the kids out there and was meeting his daughter who lives out there, and then who else has kids out there? Lane has his kids out. Level brought family out. Is this like a family weeks thing or something?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Cool.
We try to do we do a family trip once a year for the guys, and it's awesome. You know, it's just the opportunity to bring your family along with you, maybe play a little catch with your kids on the field, and you know, it's really nice. And so I know that the guys are going to enjoy that, especially with the Miami trip ahead.
Brewers General Manager Matt Arnold with us on Brewers 360 this morning. All right, Matt, let's get into it. We knew, it was going to happen at some point. So the fourth start for the Miz, not what we had hoped for. He got rocked pretty good last night. What did you see?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is kind of what happens with young pitchers. You know, we've talked about this a lot. I mean, there are certainly going to be ebbs and flows along the way here with Miz, but the stuff is really good, and obviously it's really hot out there. It's humid. It's a big crowd. A lot of ingredients there, but, made a couple bad pitches, but honestly, the body of work here speaks for itself. I mean, he's been great for us so far, and again, something he's going to have an opportunity to learn from, just like Murph said after the game yesterday.
Yeah, Matt, and when something like this happens, it also gives an opportunity for the leaders on the team, whether it's Murph or a player that's been a Yelich or a veteran pitcher, to sit a young guy down and go, hey, look, when something like this happens, because it's going to happen probably more than once a season, here's what you can learn from it. When you're on a hot streak like he was for the first 3 starts, it's like, I'm just going to let him hang out and just do what he's doing. There's not a lot to learn off of, but I can imagine this is an opportunity for some of that veteran leadership to step up.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. And I think you see that even during the games with a guy like Chris Hook, who's so animated when he's speaking and just his body language. And he just loves all of our players and just, gets so into the art of pitching and just learning in every moment. And he uses it as a teachable moment. And I think, just like you said, it's going to be something that he can learn from, both from our coaches and our veteran players as well.
So, Matt, we got one more in New York today. Would love to win that series, and then we go down to Miami. We're sort of in this run where we're playing teams. Well, the Mets have an overall good record, but have been scuffling of late. You have a series of teams that the Brewers are facing that when you look at it on paper, you say, these are games and series that we really should win. Murph referenced it the other night when we couldn't close the deal, or sorry, the other afternoon, we couldn't close the deal on Sunday. This is going to come back and bite you if you're not ready to play major league teams every night. Don't care what their record is.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, look, it's all these teams are competitive. It's hard to win a big league game. Doug Melvin used to say that a lot. And, I think just for us, it's we know those losses are going to come into play throughout the course of the season. But honestly, if we're just continuing to win series after series after series, we'll stack those and we'll take those every single time.
Brewers General Manager Matt Arnold with us on Brewers 360. All right, Matt, the question that you're probably not going to answer, but I'll throw it to you in as creative a way as possible. You mentioned preparing for the draft. We also have the trade deadline sort of sneaking up on us as well. Brewers, 3 games out of first place in the Central right now? Are we buyers? Are we sellers? Are we maybe both?
Yeah, look, I think we've always tried to stay nimble here. I think that's important, and when we see an opportunity, we want to go for it, and I think obviously by and large, our goal here is to win a World Series, and that is absolutely the emphasis that we put on our work product every single day, and I think that starts with Murph and all the guys in the clubhouse and us in the front office. We're a united front on that, and so we want to do what we can to help the team, certainly, but we also want to do that responsibly. And so, we're certainly canvassing the market on ways we can help this team, and we have great support from our ownership to do just that.
The future obviously looks bright, Matt, when we look at the youth of this team, and it still is a young team. That said, can you get to, if you're not there, can you get to a point where you could go all in on this season that we're in right now?
Yeah, look, I think you never want to close the door on anything, certainly, and I think we're very fortunate. Our scouts, like we've talked about, we're preparing really hard for the draft this year, and our guys for a number of years here have done a great job supporting our system. And you see young players coming up like Mizorowski and guys that have come through our system like Sal Frelick and Bryce Terang, et cetera. And so, just continuing to build on that depth that we have and high-level prospects that we can collect. And it just gives us that opportunity to do what you're saying is potentially push more chips in. But right now, we want to make sure that we're focused on the draft right now, making sure that we make the best pick possible and also try to do what we can to help the Major League team as well.
I don't know if it still matches up because we had the doubleheader in there, and you never know exactly how things go, but somehow the stars may align, and when we come back home here and we get the Dodgers at American Family Field, it's possible that the Miz matches up with Kershaw. You're kidding me, right? I mean, that would be so electric.
It would be, yeah, and I think tentatively that's what it could look like. Again, we got the rain there with the doubleheader, so we've had to move a few things around, but yeah, certainly that series there with Ohtani coming into town as well is going to be a ton of fun, and it's going to be a huge challenge. And we've had some huge matchups with the Dodgers over the years, and seeing a Miz Kershaw matchup there, right in the middle of that series potentially could be a ton of fun to watch.
How about Kershaw getting to 3,000? That is a ridiculous milestone in this modern era.
No doubt, yeah, that was really special. I was going back and forth between that one and the extra inning game that we had in our Carolina team where we walked it off in Carolina. So I was going back and forth between Kershaw getting that 3,000 strikeout. But what a special moment for him and his family. He's a great guy, and I'm really happy for him.
You might be able to hang with that one on the wall, and it might end there because it's just not like it used to be where guys threw their arms off going complete games and whatever for the length of their careers. We're so much more attentive to pitch count and innings and all of that, Matt. Might be the last guy to get it?
Man, I hope not. I think those guys are certainly they're harder to come by these days, no doubt. But I love the idea of having that starting pitcher, and he's an icon, and really special. I was fortunate to be around him, as a youngster as well, and just a really special guy. And I hope there are more Clayton Kershaws out there for sure.
Matt, I want you to take yourself out of the front office and put yourself on the field last night. You're Vinny Capra. You're anybody facing Kershaw. 2 strikes on you. You know that you could be strikeout number 3,000. Didn't swing last night. Took strike 3 looking. Is Matt Arnold batter swinging at if you know that you got 2 strikes on you?
I'm spread out, and I'm probably trying to put that ball in play. But yeah, But that's probably not going to happen for me personally. So that's why I'm on the nerd side for sure.
Didn't want to take it looking. All right, Matt. Thanks very much. We'll talk again next week. Hope you have a great Independence Day as well.
You guys too. Thanks for having me.
8:51 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
All right, we've got just a little bit of a backup on the Rock Freeway heading southbound, basically between Highway 100 and the county line. Other than that, that's looking pretty good. And then the other delays is going to be northbound 41 between Mayfair and North Avenue, and then a little bit on the southbound side between Silver Spring and Hampton. Otherwise, looking great. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
An unsuspecting driver at a Milwaukee barbershop.
I got an apprentice here shadowing me. I'm gonna put this hot towel on, man. About a good 3 minutes, all right?
The apprentice is Donald Driver.
So when you come here, you drive?
Yes.
Your car got seatbelts?
Yeah.
You wear them?
No.
Okay, but why not?
I don't want to.
But do you know you can get a ticket for that? I'm gonna give you a ticket. Bet you wish you buckle up now.
Oh my God. Donald Driver can't always be there to remind you.
Take it, click it. There we go. Click it or ticket.
And let's reduce fatalities on Wisconsin roadways. Sponsored by Wisconsin DOT.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey, it's WTMJ, Steve Scafidi. I want to tell you about something that helped a lot of people get their lives back without more meds, without going under the knife. It's QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. I'm undergoing treatments right now. No masking the pain. It goes to the root of your problem. Their treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's potential to heal itself. This is an important part. 92% of patients report satisfaction with the results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Here's what you need to do. For real results that help let you move easier and live better, call QC Kinetics today at 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Real results that will make you move easier and live better. That's QC Kinetics.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
It's a baker's dozen for Jackson, his 13th of the season. 6-0 Milwaukee.
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
The thought that Churio and Yelich are clicking near the same time is what makes you really excited for the rest of this offense, that there's still room for it to keep getting better.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Weather on this Thursday morning brought to you by Sweet Tox Med Spa. Self-love starts at Sweet Tox. Here's what's crummy about the forecast the next couple of days. Obviously, the all-important holiday weekend is upon us, and it's one of these forecasts where we talked earlier with WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen, and he can't tell you, look, this morning's a washout, or this day, this big line of storms is coming through. Just the next several, we have these pop-up variety showers and storms that are going to nag at us. So there's no one point where I can tell you, based on all of that here's this, if you had plans there, move them to the afternoon or vice versa or whatever. Best chance for some pop-up storms today looks like as we approach the afternoon hours. 83 lakeside, 88 inland is your storm team forecast. Isolated shower or storm is still possible overnight, low down to 68. Now, for the 4th, a little bit more specific, because Copleen told us the best chance for a storm, one of these pop-up varieties, would be in the morning hours. Now, unfortunately, that's around queue up for the parade time and the parade itself and some of those earlier festivities. But fireworks looking good for Friday night and other daytime activities. Rest of the day looking mainly dry, hot and humid with a high of 90. For Saturday, mostly sunny, hot and humid, chance of storms at night, high 93. And then Sunday, again, that uncertainty moving back in. We will cool off. High temperature about 10 degrees less at 83 degrees with a chance of showers and storms. Milwaukee right now at 77. We've got top of the hour news coming your way next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Plans to convert the 100 East office tower into apartments is in line for $14.4 million in city incentives. Milwaukee announced Wednesday that with its support, 75 units will be set aside as workforce housing units, meant for households earning up to 100% of Milwaukee's area median income. A suburban Milwaukee footwear firm has upped its prices 10%, citing tariffs. The company, which manufactures 75% of its shoes in China, owns Florsheim, Stacy Adams, and Boggs shoe brands. Jeff Tyler has retired as area president of iHeartMedia's Milwaukee and Madison markets, ending his 47-year career. The radio executive is perhaps best known for helping lure broadcasts of Green Bay Packers games, from their decades-long flagship radio station to iHeartMedia's sports station 97.3, The Game. I'm Addison Lathers for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Catch the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast on WTMJ.com.
Fleet Farm is the place to fuel up, earn rewards, and save every day. Fleet Rewards credit card holders can earn 5% back in rewards on qualifying purchases made with a Fleet Rewards credit card, including 5% back on fuel at our Fleet Farm gas marts. While you're there, fill up on a hot dog, popcorn, and 20-ounce drink, all for just $1.99 at participating locations. Stop in and start earning more with Fleet Rewards at Fleet Farm. Subject to credit approval. See a team member for details.
For over a century, local broadcasting has evolved with the needs of the community. We move past the stigmas of opinion journalism and bring the most relevant news online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
Escape the city and relax at Lake Lawn Resort in beautiful Delavan, Wisconsin. Enjoy outdoor activities on Delavan Lake, tee off at the Lakeside Majestic Oaks Golf Course, or unwind at the award-winning Caladora Spa. With both indoor and outdoor pools, there's fun for the whole family. Take a cruise on the Lake Lawn Queen, explore stunning shores and historic landmarks, and enjoy delicious food and drinks on board. Book your stay today at LakeLawnResort.com, where everything is better at the lake.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
When you breathe well, you live better. Find out more at adventknows.com.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pillow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News Thursday, July 3rd. Our top story, a last-minute speech in Washington.
I'm Mike Spaulding in for Eric Bilstad. Another officer shot in Milwaukee County.
Your Storm Team forecast, high of 88 degrees today, about 5 degrees cooler for the high-temperature lakeside with a few pop-up storms possible today. Then an isolated shower or storm possible overnight, low down to 68. Right now, Milwaukee at 77. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, well into 4 hours of his speech now on the House floor in Washington. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries repeating what he had said not long after he began speaking in opposition to President Trump's massive tax cut and spending bill.
I'm here to take my sweet time on behalf of the American people.
The House rules give unlimited time to leaders to speak, the so-called magic minute ahead of a final vote on a bill. That vote is expected anytime this morning. President Trump has said he wanted that spending bill on his desk before Independence Day.
Meanwhile, overnight in Madison,
this over to the Secretary of State. Sure.
Governor Tony Evers signing into law a new state budget in a race against Congress to help ensure that Wisconsin gets a federal Medicaid match that it's set to lose under President Trump's tax and spending cuts package. Assembly Speaker Robin Vos praising the quick work by lawmakers to get the budget to the governor's desk.
It took us a little longer because of negotiations, but I think considering the fact that we've normally passed it by the 30th, it's like 2 days or 3 days afterward, I think that's pretty darn impressive.
Governor Evers actually putting pen to paper, Vince, at about 1:33 a.m. today. While signing the bill, he also promised to make a decision on whether or not to run for a third term following the passage of the budget.
In Shorewood this morning.
Turning onto wood. I was turning onto the 1700 block of wood. I got hit by about 3 rounds to my squad. One hit me in the shoulder.
Officer now out of the hospital. That officer shot responding to a separate overnight incident in that Milwaukee North Shore suburb near Bartlett and Kenmore, just off of Oakland Avenue. Officers arrived on scene. One of the squads took fire from an unknown assailant. Shorewood Police Chief Heather Worth with an emotional plea to the community.
The violence in this community, Milwaukee, Shorewood, and the attacks against our officers has got to stop. It's got to stop.
Police are still looking for that shooter. An earlier shelter-in-place order, though, for the neighborhood has since been lifted.
An early morning explosion in Hartford leaves several people injured.
3 people are hurt, one severely after the blaze sparked by the explosion at Signacast on Innovation Way early Thursday morning.
There is one with severe injury. It sounds like one of the mods blew up.
Hartford Fire Chief Tony Burgard tells WTMJ the blaze was put out by 7 a.m., and the incident does not appear to have involved hazardous materials. This is the second major incident in Hartford this week following a 19-car train derailment in the community Monday. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Increased parts costs, bloated overtime, and now fare skipping, all being at least partially blamed for a 7-figure budget deficit for the Milwaukee County Transit System. That system now facing an audit, which County Executive David Crawley tells WTMJ may have factored into the head of the County Department of Transportation, Donna Brown Martin's decision this week to resign.
Did the audit that we asked for related to MCTS probably contribute to her retiring? That is a strong possibility.
MCTS estimates that 2024 fare evasion, in other words, people get on the bus and don't pay, reduced their revenue by approximately $4 million. With a system-wide fare evasion rate of 25%. Mike, that's astounding. That means 1 in every 4 people getting on the bus aren't paying.
Not great.
A, did we just realize this now? And B, what's the plan? How did that even start?
This is one of those things I think it's like a thousand, death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
Well, one person goes, 2 people go. Well, all of a sudden it's $4 million worth of people going.
And I don't know, I don't want to put that also on the bus drivers. Bus drivers are trying to drive the bus. So I'm not suggesting that they should be in there harassing people who aren't paying. I don't know what that immediate solution is, but seriously, 1 in every 4 people getting on the bus just aren't paying. I wonder how we ended up at this point. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Well, it's all right. Time for some news about your money in the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Wall Street, at least, looking good this morning. The Dow up 291 at 44,775. The Nasdaq up 166 at 20,559. The S&P 500 up as well, 42 points at 62.69. It's financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, and Annex Ignite. More details right now at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:05.
From the biggest stars to the greatest moments, behind the Bucks is Bucks history like you've never heard it before. Go behind the scenes of the Emmy-nominated Giannis documentary. Get the real story of the blockbuster trade for Damian Lillard. Hear the origin of Bucks in 6. It's all on Behind the Bucks on the Bucks Plus audio network, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and wherever you get podcasts.
At Hazelden Betty Ford, treating mental health isn't just about breaking old patterns. It's about braving new ones. As the leader in alcohol and drug treatment for 75 years, we know caring for addiction, anxiety, depression, and trauma goes hand in hand. We're here for you with new tools when life breaks down. Discover your path to better mental health at hazeldenbettyford.org/Wisconsin. Sponsored by Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation.
It's the biggest door in your house. Time to give it the attention it deserves. Vince Vitrano here talking about Lifetime Door Company in Brookfield. Updating your garage door increases the value of your home. It's the first thing people see, and it's the best return for your money on investment. At Lifetime Door, if you have an emergency, they'll come out 7 days a week to service existing garage doors and openers. 5% off any service or install at Lifetime Door Company in Brookfield. Get started now, 262-783-4004, lifetimedoor.net.
Cheese doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. 4-door hatchback.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but a car's not one of them. That national online company makes it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online, plus test drive the vehicle before you buy it. And they're right here to handle any issues.
What? The car's stuck. No!
Start your search at adamm.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the famous Fox and Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill.
Buy one dinner, get one free 7 days a week at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, serving lunch on Saturday from 11 till 2, foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. It's the famous Fox and Hounds.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Brewers and Mets set to wrap up their series this evening. The rubber game coverage on WTMJ starts at 5:35. First pitch set for 6:10. Dodgers pitcher Clayton Kershaw becomes the 20th pitcher in big league history to record 3,000 strikeouts. And in the NBA, New York Knicks have their next coach. That team expected to hire former Cavs and Lakers and Kings coach Mike Brown to lead the way next season.
And taking a look at your roads and your WTMJ time saver traffic, things are looking pretty good across the system. Only real slowdown that we're keeping an eye on right now is heading westbound on 794, right around Car Ferry Drive. It's kind of right up there near Summerfest if you look down. There's a disabled vehicle there that does have the left lane blocked. It is backing things up pretty much, I don't know, maybe to Oklahoma, maybe even a little bit north of Oklahoma. If you're headed in that direction, just be aware. If you're anywhere else across Milwaukee County, things are looking good.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, partly cloudy. A few pop-up storms are possible this afternoon. High 83 lakeside, 88 inland. Isolated shower storm possible tonight with a low down to 68. For Independence Day, hot and humid. A chance for shower storm in the morning. Afternoon and evening looking mainly dry. For Saturday, mostly sunny, hot and humid. Chance of storms Saturday night. Saturday's high 93. Cooling off by 10 degrees on Sunday for the high at 83 with a chance of showers and storms. And Monday, mostly sunny, high 78. Milwaukee now at 77.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Mike Spaulding.
Coming up on 9:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News, on the eve of celebrating the birth of our nation, government our forefathers foresaw, maybe not exactly in form and function of these contemporary times, but a democratic republic at work. Two examples playing out this morning.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
We do indeed have a state budget passed by the Republican-led legislature, signed by the Democratic governor just days past that June 30th soft deadline. More on that in a moment. Meanwhile, in Washington.
One of our sons is adopted. He is a wonderful, loving 7-year-old who has autism and ADHD. He qualifies for Medicaid because he was adopted.
This is happening right now, a live feed coming from the House floor, where the House of Representatives is still debating the Trump so-called big, beautiful bill. What's extraordinary about this moment, as you hear from Representative Hakeem Jeffries, minority leader, so leader of the Democrats in that chamber, he has been talking for 5 hours straight. He's been at it longer than we've been on this show this morning.
Serious question. Do you think when you are up for a leadership position in either the House or the Senate that this is part of that process? How long can you filibuster
right.
for? Because
they run
it
you
happened.
through an Olympic trials of how long can you talk?
Well, you have the NFL Combine, right? You got the NBA Combine. If you're trying out for an on-air role, we say do a sample show for us. If you're going to be a leader and you're going to be expected to do something like this, how long can you talk?
Right. It's not technically a filibuster, which
No,
I
it's not.
believe is
Yeah.
only a rule in the Senate, Mike, right? But this is one of these rules provisions that, under the rules of the House, allows the leadership here to speak as long as the leadership would like to speak in this particular situation. So what Jeffries is doing here as minority leader is trying to delay the vote. To what end, I don't really know. I suppose part of it is I just get to bash this thing over and over and over again as long as I want. Folks are going to dip into it live here and there as well. The other end is the closer it gets to President Trump's imposed deadline of July 4th, the more embarrassing it would be, I suppose, to the GOP. Perhaps that's the mentality there. But live debate on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. They pulled another all-nighter on Capitol Hill. They are hoping to vote on the measure still this morning. It passed in the Senate earlier this week, and they want to deliver that tax cuts and spending legislation containing much of the Trump agenda within to the president by his deadline of tomorrow. Now, here's the trick as well. On the Republican side, they can't change this if they want to meet that July 4 deadline. Every Democrat they already know is going to vote against it, and there are some Republican holdouts, so it's going to be dicey here, and passing is not a foregone conclusion. So if you can't promise to add a bunch of pork, which is kind of how things traditionally are done, and there was a little of that going on in the Senate. All right, Senator, where do you want us to build the bridge in your district in exchange for your yes vote, right? What sort of subsidies do you need? What sort of federal building do you need to go up in your district so we can get you to yes? Since you can't change this thing if you want to meet that Independence Day deadline, because identical versions, as you know, have to pass in the Senate and the House, what do? Well, President Trump Wednesday took to personally pressuring some of those holdouts. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
As part of an effort to keep GOP holdouts in line behind the bill, President Trump called them into the White House. Tennessee Republican Tim Burchett posted a video of himself leaving the meeting.
Hopefully we get this thing worked out. The president answered all our questions, was very informative. J.D. Vance was there. It was just a very good day.
The conservative House Freedom Caucus has put out a 3-page document itemizing what the group sees as failures in the Senate's version of the bill. But any changes the House might make now would have to go back to the Senate, where the measure barely passed. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Can you give me some more of that, Greg? Can you pull it up again, C-SPAN there? Okay, so this continues now in Washington. Again, the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, got awfully quiet in a second. There he is.
I need NIH's help.
Greg just added 5 hours.
Now is the time to stand up for all Americans.
And
Stop the
counting.
assault.
So that is ongoing in Washington. We
the
will
VA,
keep watch because
NIH,
whenever he
Medicaid,
decides to wrap
and the
on
rest
up, then
of
they're going to go to this vote immediately thereafter, and we'll see how it turns out. Meanwhile, back here at home, Wisconsin does indeed have a state budget.
Whoa! That didn't take long at all!
I mean, it did, but then it didn't. So you had months of hearings, you had discussion, you had negotiations that at times broke off, and then were lawmakers and the governor re-engaged, and then the bill all of a sudden breezed through the Assembly and the Senate Wednesday. Did you say there was no debate, Mike?
No.
Or there was just nothing? It just.
I think the Assembly did a little debate. Yeah. They added a couple of things here and there, but I mean, for the most part, the long drawn out process, like what you're seeing in D.C. and like what we've seen in the state of Wisconsin before did not take place.
A little more insight on that in a moment, but here's the moment, 1:32 this morning, a.m., state capitol.
Act 15, forward to the Secretary of State. Here we go. Thanks, everybody.
A video posted by Governor Evers as he indeed signed the biennial state budget. The governor's office issuing this statement. Governor Evers enacts 2025-27 budget to do what's best for kids and working families by lowering out-of-pocket costs for child care and energy bills, cutting taxes for retirees and middle-class families, making historic investments in the UW system, increasing spendable revenue for schools and special education reimbursement rates, investing in health care, local communities and infrastructure, and supporting Wisconsin farmers and veterans.
Does it all.
That's the front end of that.
Who says we can't have it all?
We have it all. Fully demonstrating, however, that this is a compromise budget. The governor called it bipartisan, and members of his own party don't like it, and some are blasting it. Early this morning, a statement from Representative Robin Vining, Democrat Wauwatosa. A budget is a moral document. It reflects our values. And this budget, from my perspective, is... Now, I just read you what the Democratic governor said about the budget. It does all these things. She says it's... It's a broken promise to Wisconsin families, an insult to educators, and an attack on public education. She's a Democrat, same party. So obviously there was some compromise here. The governor did use his line item veto pen on a number of provisions. We'll still pore over those. Unclear whether the legislature would even attempt to override any of them since they do not have a veto-proof majority in either chamber. So it's most likely this is the budget that we get when you have divided government. You brought up an interesting point about how or perhaps why this was able to race through. And it has to do with actually the debate going on in Washington right now.
Yeah, they wanted to get out ahead of the president's big, beautiful bill because what that does, for one example, is it bans expanding the state's ability to tax some organizations, including hospitals. It also aims to cut Medicaid and some school funding programs. So the state's plan here, and what was really strange was you saw Congressman Derek Van Orden, who does not love Democrats, kind of urging the governor to move forward on this bill because it's going to delay any negative effects that the big, beautiful bill has on some people right now in the state of Wisconsin. So Medicaid gets cut, but hey, if we get this passed now, we can increase that tax on hospitals for now, and we can kind of get out in front of this thing. So it is kind of a weird, like, intricate meeting of these two entities.
So for those who are particularly partisan among us, you know, some folks are more in the middle and they kind of see things on both sides either way. If you're partisan right or left hard, it just seems, you know, we're always for compromise. Everywhere we go, you know, when people talk to me about politics, they're always like, well, I don't know why these guys can't get together and do something, you know, like, well, can't we give a little whatever? Well, everybody loves compromise until it's something important to us that's on the table for compromise, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't mean that. That I didn't. Right, but we should compromise on what you like, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't have public transit in my city. I don't know. Yeah, I thought we were cutting
That's
that
not what I thought. Mm-hmm. So it appears the leadership, anyway, in both parties here in Wisconsin, both saying we got some, we gave some, and this is the budget we have over the next 2 years. Debate continuing in Washington at this moment. 9:18 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The open road is calling, and the ride begins at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. This July, you could burn rubber on a custom Harley-Davidson in the Fire Up Your Fantasy motorcycle giveaway. Play with your rewards card all July for entries. Thursday drawings for extra cash and reward play. Fire Up Your Fantasy, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Whole bunch of ants. That's what the Bugman says he's hearing about this time of year. Vince Vitrano for the Bugman in Queen Bee. It's your best in local pest defense. And I got this from the Bugman himself. That's Adam over there. Said we're getting a lot of calls left and right, he said, for dealing with ant colonies in the yard and then the ants coming into the house. Right now would be a good time, Adam said, for ant treatment as well as mosquito, flea, and tick treatments. We had stories in the news this year about the bumper crop of ticks out there. Ticks, as you know, can carry Lyme disease. So you want to get Adam and the Bugman Queen Bee out to your house to treat for those ticks. They can treat the foliage all around your yard to help prevent those from being a problem for you. Local, family, veteran-owned and operated business. 20% off your first service when you tell them Vinny sent you. That's BugmanQueenBee.com.
Cause when push comes to shove, I will kill your friends and family to remind you of my love. Da 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 da.
His Majesty King George III, as portrayed in the hit musical Hamilton.
Everybody.
Love Independence Day, Mike. The history, the patriotism, celebrating the birth of our nation, and on this day, the founding document of the Declaration of Independence. In Congress, July 4, 1776, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. We have in Greendale, where I live now, and I'm always teased for it because it's my favorite thing that we do on the 4th, the tradition of reading the document in its entirety on the steps of Village Hall prior to the parade on Independence Day. You're welcome to join us, 8:45 tomorrow morning. Herb will be there from the Lions Club. This is Herb's big event every year, so I'd love to see him. So an extraordinary founding document. If you're in D.C. ever, if you're on one of those trips, highly recommend a trip to the National Archives where you can see the original. Constitution is there, Bill of Rights there as well. Couple of spots on the show this morning that I wanted to read excerpts because of the breaking news. We're up against it here, so we're going to do it here. And I have to admit, you hear this in court sometimes, against advice of counsel. This is not Greg Pancake Hill's favorite thing that we do on the show.
Taking over the controls.
Because he doesn't like America. That's right. Is that accurate, Greg? You don't like America?
Fine, let me set the scene.
The reason is, we discussed this when I first started on the show, and I'm like, Greg, here's what I want to do. I want to read the whole Declaration of Independence. He's like, that's not, great radio. I don't know.
This is what I gave you the extra hour for.
Thank you, Mike. and Mike can't object because while he is my boss, on this here program, in this moment, he's a guest on the program. He's a guest fill-in, Greg. So this is what we're doing now. I won't read the whole document, but Mike and I split up a few stanzas here, and we'll share those and offer some comments thereafter. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind require that they should declare the causes which impel them to this separation. I love this opening line because, Mike, what it suggests to me is the founders knew, hey, we're going to do some global stuff here. We're going to rebel against the United Kingdom, the British Empire. We are going to rebel. We are going to revolt. We are going to war. And we think everybody else on the planet is probably going to take notice of that. And we actually think they deserve to hear why we're doing it. This is an explanation, and we think, we should, they declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We think we owe that to the world, and this document herein will declare those causes.
Strong opening line.
Yes, good stuff right there.
All right, you gave me some of the best ones, though.
I gave you the money line right here that everybody knows. Go ahead.
All right. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Can I tell you why I love this one?
Please.
The phrase self-evident I like. It's the common sense of lines. Look, we're going to spell this out for you. We don't feel like we have to, but we will. That's why I like it.
I like in there a couple things I want to highlight. The word pursuit. We seem to forget that as we're nearly 250 years into America. The idea that we were creating a government that would protect those aforementioned rights, Mike, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We seem to be moving more toward a society where we have some expectation of the government guaranteeing our happiness, taking steps and measures that, well, these folks aren't happy. Well, make them happy. What can we do in government to fix all of that? And instead, what the founders are saying here is we have to set up a system of governance that allows you to go after it, that gives you every opportunity to be great, but it doesn't guarantee that outcome. And we forget the word pursuit in this founding document. And the other then here, as we discussed, at its writing, pen to paper, this was a flawed document.
Yes.
In that, you look right here, that all men are created equal. Obviously, thinking about the various groups who have, despite the promises laid out here, had to fight for what was promised to them in this document. First and foremost, women's suffrage and women's rights, Native American rights, if you want to broaden it out to, obviously, slavery, which eventually was abolished, and the fight for African American rights, all sorts of minorities, Native Americans, and things like that. In fact, if you visit the National Archives, at least the last time I was there, they had the entire floor below where the documents are displayed is the fight for exactly what was promised in the documents. So I like that, but it's recognized, and you have to recognize, flawed on its very first day.
Well, what else this does, too, is it sets the precedent that these are things that people can continue to fight for.
Yes.
I like that it doesn't say, this is where we're at right now and this is where we will forever be. It opens up that opportunity to go, hey, Vince, if you see yourself wronged or you see yourself an opportunity here, there, you can pursue it.
Right. Point back to this.
Yeah, point back to this. We're giving you that out, or that in, I guess you could say.
Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. I like in there, you're saying that, look, as we look at how people have existed heretofore, people put up with a lot of crap. And in fact, they're willing to do that more often than they are to fight. However, when it gets so bad, right? when so grave are these, what do we call it? The absolute despotism, the usurpations, the abuses. When it gets bad enough, then it's on the people to rise up and to fix it. And that's what we're doing here.
I like how it starts to get dramatic. Like you can feel the crescendo of just getting angry.
Let's go.
We've had enough in the tea and everything. We're tired of it.
We got a couple more to read here, and since we're up against it, we'll read out the list. We'll leave out the listing of the aforementioned usurpations, but then the founders go on to list, well, he did this and he did this and the king did that and they've done this to our troops and they made us do this and all of those things. So now we're getting to the end here.
They're taxing us. You're reading this one or am I reading this
you're
one?
up, Mike.
All right. On every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our immigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which they inevitably corrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice. Come on. Consanguinity? There you go. I'm 3 minutes into this. We must therefore acquiesce on the necessity in which we denounce our separation.
I wanted it all today.
And hold them as we hold the rest of mankind.
Yes.
Enemies in war, peace and friends.
Yes. No time for ad-libs here because we got to get to the break. I'll read the final stanza here if you'll allow us. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, due in the name and by authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved. In case you were wondering, like, where we're coming down. Yeah, we're done here. And that as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and do all the other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Yeah, we know we either win or we get hanged. And that's what we're in for.
Yeah, there's really no other way out, right? One-way trip kind of thing.
Let's hear once again from His Majesty, King George III, from the musical Hamilton.
What comes next? You've been freed. Do you know how hard it is to lead? You're on your own. Awesome. Wow. Do you have a clue what happens now? Oceans rise, empires fall. It's much harder when it's all your call. All alone across the sea. When your people say they hate you, don't come crawling back to me. Da 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 ya da 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 ya da. You're on your own.
Hi, I'm Tony Drake from Drake & Associates. If you've saved in a 401k or IRA, you might think you're set for retirement. But here's something you need to know. Every dollar you withdraw could be taxed. And with rising government debt, future tax hikes could take an even bigger bite out of your savings. Imagine reaching retirement only to realize the IRS is taking more of your money than you expected. It's one of the biggest risks that retirees face. Spending their savings without a plan for taxes. And once you're retired, it's often too late to fix it. That's why I want to help you create a tax strategy now so you can keep more of your hard-earned money. At Drake & Associates, we focus on tax-efficient retirement planning, helping you lower your lifetime tax bill and maximize your retirement income. And right now, I'm offering you a free retirement toolkit, plus a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready, to show you how to keep more of your money working for you, not the IRS. Text TAX to 414-897-9522 to claim your free copies. Don't wait until tax rates rise. Start planning today. Text TAX to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping you keep more of what you've earned.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Count on Fleet Farm to have all your fishing needs covered, from lures to licenses to live baits and more. Get an Abu Garcia Max SX spinning reel, sale priced at $49.99. Shakespeare Salamander rod and reel combos are only $14.99. And all Northland tackle spinner and buzz baits are now 20% off. Snag the gear you need at the best prices guaranteed at Fleet Farm. And check out even more great weekly deals at fleetfarm.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Merkier here. It's the best time of year in Wisconsin. It is summer, and it is on big time. we've got you covered. Still looking for some ways to fill in a couple of weekend days, maybe a quick vacation, a romantic getaway, or time with the family fun in Wisconsin. We've got you covered. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 o'clock. This Saturday, it's Ishnala, the iconic supper club, and Ann Sayers, the travel secretary, talking beach getaways. Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 on 620 WTMJ.
At 9:34, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, July 3rd, our top story. From Votorama to Speechorama.
I'm Mike Spaulding and Frederick Billstad. A fiery blast in Hartford.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, yes, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries in the U.S. House of Representatives still speaking. He's been at it over 5 hours on the House floor. Listening live to that moment right now on the House floor. And when he's done, that would
share your
clear the way for a vote on President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. We do expect that vote still at some point this morning, so we're keeping an eye on that here on WTMJ.
Here closer to home, Governor Tony Evers putting pen to paper on the new state budget. The budget's passage in the early morning hours today followed swift action by both the state assembly and the state senate. The governor saying while it isn't perfect, the budget process represents the current state of politics in the Badger State.
We're a purple state. We're going to be a purple state, I'm guessing, for a long time, and so we need to work together.
In at least the past 50 years, the state budget has never passed both houses of the legislature in the same day.
3 people injured, including a Shorewood police officer. A pair of shootings overnight in that North Shore suburb. Police Chief Heather Worth saying the officer is already out of the hospital. He was shot in the shoulder, but protected by a ballistic vest.
Grateful that they were wearing their protective vest, and that officer has since been released from the hospital. He was sent there as a precautionary measure, but he's in good spirits.
Police are still searching for that shooter. An earlier shelter-in-place order has, however, been lifted for that neighborhood.
An industrial fire leaving several people injured in Hartford. This following an explosion at Signacast. It's a company on Innovation Way.
There is one with severe injury. It sounds like one of the mods blew up. There are others with minor injuries. No count at this time.
Audio there from Broadcastify. The fire was put out by about 7 o'clock this morning. Fire chief telling WTMJ does not appear to have involved hazardous materials. It does mark the second major incident in Hartford this week. A 19-car train derailment occurred on Monday.
Milwaukee County Transit System preparing for an audit following sudden news of a nearly $11 million budget deficit. The organization partially blaming fare skipping for its current financial woes.
Fare evasion reduced the transit system's revenues by around $4 million in 2024. The problem is particularly bad aboard the Connect One bus rapid transit line, where 33% of passengers are reportedly not paying to ride. Now, 5 county supervisors have introduced a resolution requiring MCTS to develop a strategy that addresses the issue. Last month, MCTS said route hours would be reduced as a result of their 7-figure budget deficit, which prompted an audit of the system from the county comptroller. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Time now for some news about your money in the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow up 333 at 44,818. The Nasdaq up 186 at 20,580. The S&P 500 up 45.5 points at 6273. It's financial planning at every level. It's Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, and Annex Ignite. Details now at annexwealth.com.
Take a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Let's go over to I-41 in Wauwatosa, just north of Watertown Plank Road. In the northbound lanes, things really getting slow as you approach North Avenue. Just crawling through that North Avenue area and then opening up a bit before you get to Burleigh. On the other side, going into the construction there, Menominee Falls area or so. So just south of Mill Road, things really start to slow down southbound 41, and they remain slow through Hampton Avenue and then really start to loosen up after that. Over on I-43, north of downtown Milwaukee, just a couple of slowdowns in that construction zone, but largely things are moving pretty well at this time.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, partly cloudy skies, a slight chance of a storm late today, a high of 87 degrees. Overnight tonight, chance of an isolated thunderstorm, partly cloudy otherwise, a low 67. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, warm, chance of a shower, a high 83 lakeside, 88 degrees inland. On Friday, a slight chance of showers early, partly cloudy, hot and humid, a high of 90. Saturday, mostly sunny, hot and humid, chance of a shower, a high 92. And on Sunday, partly cloudy, chance of storms, a high of 85 degrees. Right now in downtown Milwaukee, it is 76 degrees.
Some things are fine to buy from a vending machine, but despite what a certain national online company tells you, a car's not one of them.
Let's see. Cheese Doodles, Mr. Nougat Bar. Oh, here we go. Green 4-door hatchback. Honey, we're gonna need some more quarters.
Sure, they make it seem convenient, but it won't be so convenient if you have a problem with the vehicle you buy. And if it's after 7 days, good luck. Adam member dealers also let you search online. And unlike those national companies, you get to see the vehicle in person and test drive it before you buy it. You also have the assurance that the vehicle's been thoroughly tested, and if any issue does come up, your local Adam member dealer is right here to service it, and can also provide low financing and top dollar for your trade. Think about that before you take a chance with their so-called vending machine.
What? It's stuck. No! Oh, rats.
Start your search at adamm.com.
An unsuspecting driver at a gas station in Wisconsin.
Welcome, Pump 15. How you doing?
Great.
Were you wearing your seatbelt today?
I never wear my seatbelt.
We're going to get him. We're going to get him real good.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Donald Driver. It takes 1 second to strap a seatbelt on. Well, let's do this. Let's do it together. Now, don't that feel better?
Donald Driver can't always be there to remind you.
Click it or ticket.
And let's reduce fatalities on Wisconsin roadways.
And I should have recognized your voice when you're harassing.
I'm watching you.
Sponsored by Wisconsin DOT.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. You've heard about Tri-County Contracting and their worry-free roof tune-up. You've heard about their instant roof quote. But don't forget, Tri-County Contracting also handles windows. Our project at my home moving right along right now, and the process has been so easy and thorough. It's nice when you can trust the team you're working with and know that they are looking out for you. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and also windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Vince, we're now just days away. Days away from what, you might ask?
From what?
Days away from one of the greatest rock bands to ever do it. One more time.
Evil minds that plot destruction.
Black Sabbath is planning its goodbye concert. It will be this coming Saturday. One more, the final one. This is the final goodbye. Lead singer Ozzy Osbourne, as you hear here, has been battling several health issues that the singer says has made it difficult for him to perform in recent years. So it's key that you mentioned again, because even though that Ozzy says he'll be retiring from stage shows, the band assures fans can continue to plan keep recording music, or that they plan to keep recording music for as long as they possibly can. If you didn't get a ticket for the July 5th show, and if you're listening to the show, likely you didn't, you can always watch a live stream. They're selling it, which I think is a
that's
interesting idea. It's like a whole heavy metal festival in Birmingham, as all these bands want to turn out and pay their respects to, some would argue, one of the best heavy metal bands to have done it.
It is 9:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Talk about the bands coming to the last weekend of the big gig. That's next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
For over a century, local radio has evolved with the needs of the community. From politics to pop culture, we keep you informed, bringing you the most relevant news, online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
Here's a not-so-fun fact. Recent studies showed that only 40% of managers have annual check-ins with their direct reports. Mike, you're my manager. You have regular check-ins with your direct reports?
I do more than annually.
That's true.
Every other week I talk to you.
Regular check-ins, it says
It's important.
Good. Well, it's not good if you're not doing it, because today's younger workers are telling us they crave development and growth. Here's where LAK Group comes in. They've got these tools that can help. One of them is called Coaching on Demand. It's a cutting-edge platform. It connects leaders and professionals with certified coaches, and then it also seamlessly integrates AI even into their development journey. And it's all done on their schedules. You don't have to go at it alone. Work with LAK Group. You can learn more at Transforming Careers. That's transformingcareers.com. LAK. Discover your human advantage.
Remember mixtapes?
Mixtape? Can you buy that at the hardware store?
It's not that kind of tape.
To make a mixtape, you would dub all your favorite songs onto one cassette.
Oh, I was more of an 8-track guy myself.
You know, the new Marshfield 7000 Sulfat Penny Mustard reminds me of the world's greatest mixtape.
We have taken the latest and greatest components of every Penny Mustard configurable sofa and mixed them all together into one.
The Marshfield 7000 is the ultimate sofa.
It's absolutely stunning.
And the comfort level is off the charts.
I definitely see this sofa going all the way to number 1.
It's kind of like a greatest hits album, except you can sit on it.
The Marshfield 7000 Sofa, starting at just $89 a month with no interest till July of 2027. Through July 6th at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
Taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies, 'cause it feels so mystical, magical.
9:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Benson Boone, the headliner on the American Family Insurance Amphitheater stage at Summerfest tonight. Weekend 3, day 1 is upon us. Gates open in just over 2 hours as we're joined live in studio by host of What's on Tap, WTMJ's Sandy Max. What's on tap, Sandy?
Summerfest. Certainly, this is just one of those times where go. This is such a treat to have on our lakefront. We would be envious of any other city that has Summerfest. And Benson Boone, one of the hot artists of the time right now, who will be doing acrobatics on stage. Like, you want to see a show. I think this is the show to see as he's the headliner tonight on the
Sarah
Fam
Pancari was in from Summerfest earlier, Sandy, and she said we've got singles available, which means the thing's a virtual sellout.
Wow.
You can get in if you need it, right? But you're going to be in a seat by yourself. But that's pretty spectacular. And given that this guy was an opener, didn't he open for somebody like a year or two ago at Summerfest, and now we're seeing him again as the main stage act?
Well, I'm not sure about his Summerfest history, but there are a lot of people who know him from his American Idol appearance. And I knew of Beautiful Things, the most streamed song of 2024, but that Grammy appearance where he had the tearaway tuxedo and then the powder blue jumpsuit, and then literally his entrance is he runs up, runs across a grand piano, does a side cartwheel backflippy thing, lands center stage, doesn't miss a beat or a note.
Well, and those are the things that put you from another Summerfest headliner into the stratosphere of the Summerfest headliner. And I think he's probably the person that I've heard most about outside of Lainey Wilson, probably. The Killers, obviously, but they're not new to the scene. But it seems like he's getting a lot of buzz. What else is on tap for this evening?
I am really interested in a British band. Big surprise there if you know me. But they're a band from Brighton, England that have been kind of rising the past few years. They're called Lovejoy. And they have a great energy, turns of a phrase in the lyrics and lots of storytelling. So they're catchy songs, but with clever lyrics. So Lovejoy at 10:15 on the Oasis stage tonight. They're going all rock, really, on the headlining stage tomorrow with a band called Bad Omens and 2 other openers. So that's
cool.
Heavy rock. But tomorrow, July 4th, you get in free between noon and 6.
All the way till 6 o'clock, right, with that freebie. And it's not you got to wear something or bring something or do something. You just walk in.
Welcome. Yeah. Come celebrate. Come celebrate the birthday of the country with us. They are going to have a huge sing-along at 9 o'clock. And Vince, I heard you talking about this yesterday. That's going to be followed by a drone show. And it's about a 10-minute drone show. Now, I was under the impression it was a patriotic-themed drone show. I think you're going to have a little both. It is a patriotic and sausage-themed drone show tomorrow night for Summerfest's very first drone show because of Johnsonville's involvement.
Yeah, they're going to sponsor that. And then, apparently, right about 9:15, they're going to try to get the whole grounds to sing Happy Birthday to America. So they'll be sort of coordinating that through multiple stages as you wait for your next acts. I'd like to hear how that sounds, like how they pull it off.
Yeah.
Cool.
I will likely be there because the one band that I really, really have wanted to see the entire festival is a 1990s band called Tripping Daisy. And they have reunited. They've recorded a new album. I am beside myself. And they're probably going to be right after the sing-along and drone show.
It is super the year of the drones, though. Wauwatosa has a drone show. New Berlin has a drone show.
They
did theirs last night?
They did theirs last night. Yeah, tonight is on the lakefront. McKinley Marina is the spot to be to get the full-on 3D effect. They've got an app so you can listen to a soundtrack, and it's 45 minutes. So 3 different waves of 15 minutes designed locally by a drone company in Caledonia.
We talked with Guy Smith, the executive director of Milwaukee County Parks, this morning. And, and I put it to him. We had to cancel the fireworks last year, they said, because we couldn't find sponsors. Okay. I'm like, well, so what gives? Like, were people more willing to sponsor the drone show, or is it less expensive? And the answer, I guess, to both is yes. I mean, it looks like this is about $150,000 less expensive to do the drone show, and that's all in cost, not even incorporating what the county would spend in addition to the fireworks, to cleaning up and all that other stuff. So it is more economical, and the county is pushing the environmental impacts and all that. Not to be disrespectful, I don't much care about that. I want a good show. Like, I think they could just come out and say, but it's also going to be awesome. Nonetheless, that's their agenda. Yeah. But either way, they're saving money, and some sponsors did step up in order to make that happen this year.
And isn't the goal, I mean, if you want to hear loud noises and booms, I get that. And there are many other neighborhoods.
I assure you there will be fireworks.
Yeah, like there are plenty. Like if you're traditional and you really don't want to embrace this and you're not curious about it, you can scratch that itch. But I challenge anybody to go to a drone show and not be fascinated. It is fun to see the shapes morph and then what's coming up next. And you will still go, ooh, You just won't have your sternum shake because of the boom.
Well, I think there is something there to the sternum shakiness that you're entwined with it as you grow up and go to fireworks shows.
The sensual experience.
Yeah, but what I really think is cool is that like the intricacies and like the on pointness of these drone shows.
It's super cool.
If you want to outline of the city of Milwaukee skyline, guess what you're getting? The skyline exactly as you have it in your head, which I think is just really cool and kind of a different thing from a firework where it's like, it's supposed to be smiley faces, but half of them shot off upside down and we can't see them.
Yeah, and these are all customized. I haven't seen a single drone show yet that wasn't very specifically designed for the city, the building, the event itself. So that's why the Johnsonville Sausage and Patriotic drone show tomorrow night at Summerfest amuses me. But, you've heard that the designs for tonight's drone show on Milwaukee's lakefront is very specifically designed to celebrate our city and the country.
Are you going to the theater to watch Spinal Tap this weekend?
Dude,
are you?
41st anniversary. It has been remastered,
That's
which
amazing.
it's probably still going to look pretty dang gritty. But come on, it goes to 11. This is that movie that really started an entire style of filmmaking. Christopher Guest in this movie, along with Michael McKean. Like, this is epic. I mean, we have a venue in Milwaukee called Shank Hall because this movie was so dang funny and it inspired that. So yes, I would love to go grab some air conditioning. It's playing at a bunch of different Marcus theaters. So celebrate the 41st anniversary of This Is Spinal Tap. If you have never seen it, go. Like, I guarantee
I've never seen
laugh.
it gate to gate, I don't think. I know it's like here and it's there and it's a little like I don't know that
I'm
I've
very
sat down and watched. Aren't you? Right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised at myself.
But Michael Spaulding, I got to think that you're a
Yes,
Spinal
I've seen it
Tap
like about
fan.
15 times.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the first DVDs like I ever bought. It was like that and Dazed and Confused, if that tells you where I was at.
Exactly. No, I gave my boyfriend 25 years ago a fancy multiple DVD player, and I got him Caddyshack, Blues Brothers, and Spinal Tap. Those were the essential DVDs. So if you have a chance, just type it in. It is in cinemas the 5th, 6th, and 7th for your viewing pleasure.
I'll see you that and raise you an
Rock
Animal
on.
House.
Yeah.
Can you throw that in there too? As long as we're doing the party pack.
I love it.
Sandy Max with us on Wisconsin's Morning News 9:53.
These go to 11.
Downtown Milwaukee is open for business, and business is booming. I'm Matt Dorner, CEO of Milwaukee Downtown Bid 21. According to business leaders, access to talent, quality of life, and connection to community are among the many benefits of locating downtown. So, if you want to grow your company or start a new one, get down to business at MilwaukeeDowntown.com.
Since I got a new garage door myself, now I notice everybody else's garage door. Vince Vitrano for Lifetime Door Company. And one of the things I really look at is the windows. Now, some doors, no windows at all. I don't blame you for not thinking about this before, but let me tell you, Lifetime Door Company has so many options that will make a big difference, not only in how your door looks, but how your garage feels when you're in it. So on our door, we went with frosted glass. So it lets so much light into the garage, but it keeps people from being able to peek inside. Plus, it looks amazing. Lifetime Door Team can help you choose the right windows for your new beautiful garage door. If you love your door already, you just need it serviced a couple of times a year is what they recommend at Lifetime. Make sure to tell them Vinny sent you when you call, and they will take great care of you. Lifetime Door Company in Brookfield. Get started at lifetimedoor.net.
Happy 4th of July from the Mine Shaft Family Restaurant in Hartford. WTMJ's John Mercure here. The Mine Shaft is open tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. on the 4th of July, so don't turn on your oven. Enjoy a super affordable lunch or dinner at the Mine Shaft. The Friday all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is $7.99. What a great fish fry. What great value. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Enjoy a huge 18-inch pizza, a pitcher of beer or soda, and 100 game room credits to the world-class game room for under $45. The pizza easily feeds a family of 4, and your kids will love that world-class game room. Buy one pizza today, get a second pizza free. Order now and pick up shortly or dine in. It's fun and it's easy. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and in Oshkosh. Big food, big fun. Just walk in today for your free Thursday pizza. The Friday all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is $7.99. Wow! That's what I'm talking about. MineShaftRestaurant.com.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Wisconsin's Midday News is back at the big gig. With all the music,
The Killers,
food,
give me that sampler platter,
sights and sounds.
I'll see you on the Skyglider
that Summerfest has to offer.
Tune in each Thursday of the festival from noon to 3 to hear me, Greg Matzik,
and me, Jessica Ty,
broadcasting live from the Pella Windows and Doors mobile studio.
It's Wisconsin's Midday News, live from Summerfest.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a good karma brand station.
Coming up at 9:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News. About to turn the keys to the car over to Steve Scafidi and Kristen Bry. Point Taken is up next. Some unfinished business here and things to keep an eye on today. We had the situation where a police officer was shot in the North Shore suburb of Shorewood. The officer, already released from the hospital, took at least one round to the bulletproof vest that he was wearing, and it appears that may have saved his life. Happening right now, we are getting reports that a police incident that we're following may be connected to that shooting because the shooter was still out there. So we'll get you that in the top of the hour news, but police still working to bring that shooter into custody. Also happening right now in unfinished business.
Are resources being spent targeting?
Don't know when this business will be finished. Minority Leader in the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, has been at it for nearly 6 hours now as he continues what is not formally known as a filibuster, because that's a rule in the Senate, but he is trying to delay the vote on the big, beautiful bill, as it's called, which appears imminent. Oh, somebody filled up his water. That was nice of him.
Can I just say that
he was down to only just a little water left. Guy's been talking for nearly 6 hours.
6 hours, 4 minutes, and 39 seconds, according to CNN. It's been going on so long, CNN added like a live counter chyron to the bottom of their screen.
So that is ongoing as well, monitoring all those from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Top of the hour news headlines up next, and Point Taken right after this.
Save big at Menards and prepare for the summer heat with a new air conditioner from Denali Air. Quickly and efficiently cool your spaces with auto and eco modes to maximize performance and save on energy costs. Cool your space